A very good afternoon to all of us and Happy New Year. I hope you all had a restful time over the holidays. I was away, and I bring greetings to each and every one of you from Nigeria, and I brought the sun with me as well. Just to remind you all that our council meeting today will be webcast, and I am sure, as you can see, members, please join me in welcoming our new Chief Executive, Ed, we think, who's with us in the meeting today, and be really nice because his daddy, mummy, partner, and son are here as well. So, Ed, I'll give you 2 minutes to welcome and say a few words to members. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, for your welcome and my family today. My mum worked for the council for quite a long time, so it's a special day for all of us. And thank you to many of you for the warm welcome you've given me as well. I sense you're really living our values. You've given me an honest and candid and very clear welcome with some early advice, for which I'm very grateful. You've got our city's best interests at heart, and that matters a lot. And that's a spirit that I want to do this job in as well. I want to put on record my thanks and admiration for the work of my predecessors, Tom Reardon, for many years, but also Dr. Mariana Pexton, who both served brilliantly as interim and has also done a fantastic job in the term that we have used in terms of passing the baton from her to me. So I'm really grateful for that. I want to get around as many wards as I can in the next year, so I look forward to spending time with you in your wards. I want to hear from you and thank you for those who've got in touch already, and I look forward to working with all of you over coming months and years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed, and thank you to Dad and Mom as well for joining us today, and for little Tyler. You're all welcome. Okay, also, I am very, very pleased to announce that Councillor Dan Cohen has been confirmed as the Lord Mayor-elect for 2025 and 2026. So I am sure you all will join me in saying congratulations to Dan. Huge congratulations, Dan, and I look forward to working with you through the transition. Thank you. I would also like to extend my congratulations to all our colleagues and friends throughout the city who were recognized in His Majesty the King's New Year's Honours List. I will be writing to each recipient to offer my best, warmest congratulations on this very well-deserved award. So, as always, for all our January born, a huge congratulations to Councillor Asghar Ali, who turned 50. Happy birthday. We also have Councillor Afi Martin Ali, congratulations as well. Happy birthday. Councillor Tom Hinchcliffe, yours is tomorrow. Where are you? Happy birthday. We also have Councillor Adrian McCluskey, our only Northern Ireland councillor. Where are you? Congratulations as well, coming up on the 24th. And we also have Councillor Andy Rountree, 25th of January. Happy birthday. Thank you all very much. Okay, agenda item number 1, minutes of the meeting held on the 13th of November 2024. Councillor Flint.
I move that the minutes be approved.
Councillor Stevenson.
I second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for a vote to approve the minutes, please. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item number 2, declarations of interest. I will now invite members to declare any interest, please. Okay, that's fine. All right, yeah. Councillor, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I declare interest in item 13 and we'll leave the chamber when it's been discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Item 4, deputation, number 4. I will not be voting on the reference back to council as I work for a neighbourhood network. And item 13, the first white paper, again, in my capacity as working for the neighbourhood network, I'll be refraining from the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any others, please? Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. And then agenda item number 3, communications. Our Chief Exec.
Sure. No communications to report, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Straight on to deputations now, and back to you, Chief Exec.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I can report there are 4 deputations for today. Firstly, the Getting Clean project. Second, Leeds University Union. Third, Friends of Leeds City Museums. And fourth, Neighbourhood Networks.
Thank you. Councillor Flint.
I move that the deputations be received.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I will now call for the vote to receive the deputation. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. First deputation, please. Good afternoon and welcome to today's council meeting. Please now make your speech to council, which should not be longer than 5 minutes. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you. Lord Mayor and members of the council, thank you for allowing Getting Clean the opportunity today to voice the needs and concerns of those in the Leeds community of addiction recovery. My name is Chris and I am an addict in long-term recovery. I first used heroin at the age of 12. Growing up, I felt different to everyone else. I believed that there was something missing, something wrong with me. Since finally finding recovery and being clean for over 7 years, I have come to find that other addicts felt the same as I did. There is a common root problem, and it can only be solved collectively through peer-to-peer support. Without this authentic connection, service users will continue to feel alienated and be prone to relapse and overdoses. I am joined today by Cheryl Robson, Rossini Briggs and Becky Crosley, all of whom are addicts in recovery. I tell you that we are addicts because it is important for those hearing this deputation today to understand that we have the lived experience to represent the recovery community authentically. We are 4 addicts here today, but there are many more around Leeds and the rest of the country. Around 300,000 adults use drug and alcohol addiction services each year in the UK. This number is rising, along with the crime, death and unemployment related to problematic drug use. Anybody walking through Leeds city centre can see that problematic drug use and homelessness is worsening. Addiction has an appetite for moral values, decaying every aspect of an individual's life and leading to a spiritual void. Rates of reoffending and homelessness continue to rise. Generally, the support and rehabilitation services available to vulnerable addicts are fragmented and riddled with obstacles caused by cultural misunderstandings of addiction. There is still a lot of stigma and misunderstanding of addiction issues. The underlying causes are complex and alien to those without lived experience of addiction. The growing consensus in the fields of addiction research and social policy is that addiction is both a social and environmental issue which needs to be tackled through community initiatives which draw on people's lived experience. Getting Clean started as a volunteer community project but quickly grew into a full-time social enterprise, providing ethical products and services in a peer-to-peer support model. The Leeds Drug and Alcohol Strategy and Action Plan 2019-24 pledged to increase the proportion of people recovering from drug and alcohol misuse and reduce crime and disorder associated with drug and alcohol misuse. As shown by Leeds City Council published data in the Leeds Observatory, drug misuse and crime continue to be a significant problem in the city, linked to a significant and high level of community harm. Getting Clean would like to highlight the need to work with peer-led organisations in order to achieve your objectives. There are around 50 recognised LEROs in the UK. Getting Clean is the best example for me to describe here today, as it is the one that I know best. Getting Clean aims to this is a tricky word, this. You say it. Ameliorate, that's the one. That's the one. We struggle with that one. Drug misuse issues and reoffending. We operate in many areas in and around Leeds, but carry out most of our work in the priority neighbourhoods such as Armley and Holbeck. Our organisation stands out as not only a provider of peer-to-peer support for recovering addicts, but also as a pioneering soap product company offering meaningful job opportunities to those in recovery. Getting Clean has already engaged 100 plus volunteers, provided meaningful peer-to-peer support to 50 plus recovering addicts, led 20 plus conservation projects, conducted 100 plus soap making workshops at local prisons and in the community, established referral networks with criminal justice service agencies and probation services, coordinated numerous community clean-ups and educational excursions. Despite the massive demand for our services and the exponential impact that our project could offer, we are struggling to attain funding and we are not able to find suitable premises to work from. The British Transport Police, local probation services and a large number of individuals have asked Getting Clean for support. We note that the Department of Health and Social Care is awarding Leeds City Council with over £8 million of additional drug and alcohol treatment funding as per allocations 20.
You've run out of time, Chris, so if you just finish your last sentence.
Right, okay. So yeah, that's it. Our ask basically is that more priority be given to peer-led recovery organisations when distributing funding to combat drug misuse and crime, and more spaces to be opened and dedicated to hosting those in need of support in the recovery journey and progression into employment.
Thank you. Councillor Flint.
Thank you for coming. I move that the matter be referred to the Director of Public Health for consideration with the relevant exec member. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
And I second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I will now call for a vote to refer the deputation. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you for coming to today's meeting. Officers from the relevant department will be in contact with yourself in due course. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our deputation 2 is from Leeds University Union. Good afternoon and welcome to today's council meeting. Please now make your speech to council, which should not be longer than 5 minutes. Over to you.
My Lord Mayor and fellow members of the council, on behalf of Leeds University Union, my name is Lucy Hart and I am the Student Executive, Union Affairs and Communications Officer. Here today with me are my colleagues from Leeds University Union. Leeds University Union, which many of you will know, is a student-led organisation that supports and is the voice of 40,000 University of Leeds students. We serve as a central hub for student life from all Leeds universities, offering various facilities, activities and opportunities to enhance student experience on campus and in Leeds. At LUU, we are committed to promoting the idea that students are active and engaged members of the city, and that Leeds City plays an immense part in student experience. Students love Leeds. Today I'm going to discuss community cohesion and student voice in our city that supports over 90,000 full-time students, drawing in hundreds of millions of pounds to our economy. Students have a huge impact on our city of culture. Take, for example, the contribution of students to Light Night and student societies who use venues for cultural and social events. The university is an anchor to the city. However, to really work with students who have this impact on the city, the council must work with students directly. Talking to the universities without going through the student body would be like talking to the city council without talking to the councillors. That is why I'm keen to set up more forums for open dialogue with students, including a student advisory group to the council. The student executive of Leeds University Union is always working to build stronger connections across the city. We are strengthening a network of Leeds student unions working alongside Beckett, Trinity and other Leeds higher education institutions. We have had valuable conversations with Leeds City councillors and MPs to discuss student issues, including affordability and quality of rented housing, public transport and cost of living. We have been in conversation with West Yorkshire Police around nighttime safety and were involved in the raising of £10,000 for Women Friendly Leeds Big Give campaign, as we acknowledge that students are one of the largest users of our nighttime safe space. We also enjoyed stewarding Reclaim the Night in November. Our LUU Help and Support team collaborates closely with a variety of local faith groups and does incredible work in supporting students. Whilst over 350 plus societies engage with organisations throughout the city for the greater good of the whole Leeds community. Community first aid responders work with Yorkshire Ambulance Service, responding to 999 emergencies across Greater Leeds. Student Action for Refugees run conversation classes at community spaces such as Rainbow Junction, and Home to provide food and resources to people experiencing homelessness. We are keen to work even more closely with the council to strengthen ties between students and the city. This could include developing a regular forum for community dialogue to connect councillors, students and long-term residents. Furthermore, these forums would enable the establishment of new projects for social impact to benefit everyone in the community. Examples include community streets and societies in schools. Later this month, we're excited to launch an event where students will be able to speak with their local councillors, MPs and university decision makers directly. It was an event like this last year that led to conversations around housing, and LUU has contributed to the 2 amendments to the Renters' Rights Bill that will benefit students. Secondly, we are keen to amplify student voice within local government and decision making. Our recommendation would be to set up a student advisory board that meets regularly and cuts through to enable you to hear from student leaders from all across the universities and higher education institutions across the city. Leeds is a city full of potential. Students play a vital role in its vibrancy, but we recognise that being a part of this city means taking responsibility for the community we share. By working together, students, long-term residents and the council, we can ensure that Leeds remains a place where everyone feels valued and respected. If we can start some new forums this year, such as a student advisory board, our LUU staff team can bring continuity to ensure this develops year on year. Again, the City Council meeting just universities and not students' union staff misses a chance to innovate and partner. To work with students, talk to them via the Student Union and its elected student representatives on all platforms, student executive officers, faculty officers and society presidents and much more. So feel free to pop in. We would love to run a drop-in with yourselves or even attend some of our events to hear from students directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Flint.
Thank you for coming. I move the matter be referred to the Director of Communities, Housing and Environment for consideration in consultation with the relevant exec member.
Councillor Stevenson.
I second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for a vote to refer the deputation. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. So thank you very much, University of Leeds, for coming to today's meeting. Officers from the relevant department will be in contact with yourselves in due course. Have a wonderful day.
My Lord Mayor, councillors.
Oh, okay, just before you start, thank you very much for coming. You are welcome. Okay, so thank you for coming to our meeting today. And just to let you know that you've got 5 minutes to make your speech. Back to you.
Right, so, my Lord Mayor, councillors, I am John Luxton and I chair the Friends of Leeds City Museums Committee. With me are the Honourable Alderman Elizabeth Meakin, former Executive Member of the Development including Tourism, Honourable Alderman Brian Selby, former Lead Member of Arts, Galleries and Museums, and Honorary Alderman Elizabeth Nash, Secretary of the Friends of Leeds City Museums and former Chairman of Leeds Leisure Services Committee, and Douglas Robinson, retired Chartered Accountant and Treasurer to the committee. My Lord Mayor, we are in absolutely no doubt that the City Council, through no fault of its own, is facing a dire financial situation. We recognise that because of this, services and facilities on which our citizens rely may have to be cut, but we believe that closing our much-loved Abbey House Museum to save a mere £160,000 is misguided and will cost the council far more than is saved. Abbey House incorporates a Grade 2 listed gatehouse to the Grade 1 listed Kirkstall Abbey. The free website TripAdvisor recommends the Abbey House as a gem and the third most popular visited centre in Leeds. They say, and I quote, "It has enchanting streets, shops and houses, a friendly interactive museum, a great day out for all the family, well worth a visit." And Abbey House has the advantage of being easily accessible by public transport, both rail and bus. There is an on-site car park for both cars and tourist coaches, making it convenient for anybody and easy for disabled visitors. The Department of Levelling Up and Muscular Dystrophy Association very recently provided considerable funds to provide special toilet facilities at Abbey House for people and children needing them. And they are the only such toilets at any City Council venue. Are we to refund the government and the charity? And we, the Friends of Leeds City Museums, have just last month spent £9,000 on improving cabinet display lighting. Was that money down the drain? The Arts Council provides Leeds with funding of £1.62 million each year. Now, the council closed Thwaite Mills Museum last year, and a great deal of money has had to be spent on removing the artefacts. If Leeds ends up now having to close 2 museums, then this settlement will no doubt be reduced. If Abbey House does close, then it would be a dereliction of duty if there was insufficient money spent on its security as a closed historic building. After the Leeds City Museum in Cookridge Street, just down the road, which has free admission, Abbey House has the most visitors who pay to get in. To encourage more visitors and therefore more income, Abbey House needs to be marketed both throughout Leeds and further afield to encourage tourism to come. The Friends of Leeds City Museum has offered to pay for any marketing for both Kirkstall Abbey and Abbey House by money we have raised, but our offer so far has been refused. My Lord Mayor and councillors, Abbey House Museum is not only a much-loved local facility in this centenary year, but also the council should take the opportunity to let the world know what a gem there is to see in Leeds, thereby encouraging more visitors to spend money both in the museums and in the city. Finally, I would like to thank Councillor Salma Arif for agreeing to meet us at Abbey House. We hope that the Executive Committee members will be persuaded that Leeds cannot lose such a wonderful attraction and asset. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's lovely to see our aldermen as well. Thank you for coming. Okay, so we will now call on Councillor Flint.
Thank you. I move the matter be referred to the Director of City Development for consideration and consultation with the relevant exec member.
Councillor Stevenson.
I second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for a vote on the deputation. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you very much for coming to today's meeting. Officers from the relevant department will be in contact with yourselves in due course. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Okay, our fourth deputation is on the neighbourhood networks. Thank you very much and a very good afternoon. Thanks for coming here today. Please, you can now make your speech to council, which should not be more than 5 minutes. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor and fellow councillors. My name is Dawn Newsom, and with me is my colleagues from the neighbourhood networks, both in the chambers and up in the gallery. Today we're representing the 34 neighbourhood networks. I'm speaking to you today in support of the Leeds neighbourhood networks, who operate across Leeds, providing a wide range of services for our older people and vulnerable citizens. Many of the members here present today will know and appreciate the tremendous work that the neighbourhood networks do across a whole range of issues, from reducing social isolation to providing responsive support and intervention at vital times in our older people's lives. Indeed, many of you present here today will be trustees of neighbourhood networks. You will support the work we do in the community, or you will champion our work in the community. It is therefore with great anxiety and sadness we find ourselves here today to urge the Council Executive to urgently rethink any plans within the forthcoming Council budget to impose further cuts upon the networks. A cut of 10% was imposed upon the networks 2 years ago, and this was broadly absorbed by the neighbourhood networks, who have financially been responsible throughout that period of reductions in local government spending. There was at a time a genuine understanding of the need to absorb our cuts as a fair share of any reductions in council funding. We use the word fair share quite deliberately because the view of the networks is that the current proposal to reduce yet another 10% from our budget from 2025 to 26 would be disappropriate, counterproductive in terms of the work we do, and would have a catastrophic effect on the many people that we support. These include risks associated with fluctuating demands and demographic pressures, periods of end of charitable fund grants and contracts, and key income budgets that rely upon match funding. Leeds City Council invest may only be 33% of the neighbourhood network's funding, but this is the underpinning capital of our work. The investment by Leeds City Council is the foundation of the neighbourhood networks and enables us to generate additional assets and capital into the city to deliver vital and preventative services to our older people. We foresee a substantial decline in our income in the forthcoming years ahead, and at a time when the need for our services has never been more needed. During the last few years, the networks have grown, and in addition to the core funding from the local authority, we often work with partners within the third sector, NHS and others to provide a whole range of often complex services that we would have to retract. Then the demand will fall back onto other agencies and the local authority. Many of the grants we receive to undertake the broad range of work are limited in nature and cannot be taken into account when looking at our budgets and our financial position long term. We would therefore urge extreme caution to members around any information put forward in migration for the proposed cuts. Also, Council need to consider the fact that we have, in recent years, been asked to provide more and more in terms of services that we provide from our commissioners, including being key hubs in the pandemic. So to ask us to take a cut in our budget at the same time would seem unrealistic proportion. We simply cannot do more and be offered less. The networks play a pivotal role in the Leeds around health and well-being and addressing loneliness and isolation. And to lose or have reduced our vital presence in the community will only lead to upturn in the demand of the council services, NHS services, and only have a negative effect on the economic position of the public sector. Without wishing to employ emotional blackmail, we would ask every member present today to look at what we have said today objectively. Read the paper that's been presented to you by my colleagues outside in the chamber and consider how this decision impacts our core services and generally assess if they could find any fault in our argument or find any just cause to reduce our funding. We ask that should these proposals progress by the Executive to Council budget meeting next month, members of all political partners who have supported the networks, championed the networks' work, are involved with the networks or simply see good sense in our argument to vote against any proposals to reduce the budget. You are all aware, ultimately answerable to the electorate, and we are determined to keep the issue under the spotlight and champion our networks. Not for the sake of it or to preserve our position, but for the thousands of often vulnerable, isolated older people that we support and their families in the community. We have had such a positive and lasting impact, and for whom we intend to do so for a long into the future. But to achieve this, we need your support, and we need your support now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Flint.
Thank you all for coming. I move the matter be referred to the Director of Adults and Health for consideration in consultation with the relevant exec member.
Councillor Stevenson.
Echoing Lord Mayor, thank you for all the valuable work you do in our wards and to those in the gallery, and with that I second Lord Mayor.
Okay, I will now call for a vote to refer the deputation. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Okay, so thank you very much for coming to today's meeting. Officers from the relevant department will be in contact with yourselves in due course. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you. Right, we will now move on to the procedural motion. Councillor Flint.
Sorry, can I squeeze past, please?
I move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Stevenson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for the vote on the procedural motion. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Okay, we will now move on to question time, and just to let you know, it will be for 30 minutes. Okay, so straight executive questions. Councillor Cohen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the executive member for Adult Social Care, Active Lifestyles and Culture explain why staff at Abbey House Museum in Kirkstall found out about its potential closure and therefore potential redundancies via a Facebook post by a Kirkstall ward member and not via official communication from the Directorate before the public consultation?
Thank you. Councillor Arif.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I just start by saying I very much look forward to your tenure as Lord Mayor, Councillor Cohen. Congratulations. I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun. So, as the exec member responsible for culture, I was hugely disappointed that some staff at Abbey House Museum found out about the museum being considered for a potential closure via a Facebook post from Kirkstall ward members released following the publication of the executive board papers, before they were told formally in service briefing the same day. To make clear Ward members were informed staff would be told prior to any communication they put out. The communication protocols around how the messaging should be managed and the associated timing was made clear to any staff member involved in savings proposals that could impact staff, and the timings of these were not followed. And I am extremely sorry to those staff members who found out belatedly about the potential closure. The head of service has also been equally apologetic to the team, and the team has been supported. The staff have been supported about the impact this had on them directly. Whilst no excuse, bringing the staff together at a mutually convenient time was extremely challenging, as the staff work across different site shifts and roles, so finding a time where the majority of people were available was difficult. Staff were either involved in teaching, conducting visits on site or across the Abbey, operating the shop and cafe, or more generally just undertaking general duties. So finding time where people were available on the day was difficult. The time allocated allowed more staff to hear the details of the proposed closure at the same time. However, this was scheduled for 4 p.m, which has been correctly pointed out was after the agreed time. Staff should not have been put in this position, and I know that there has been a lot of engagement and communication with the team since that time to support them. Our LMG service provides an exemplar service and currently faces an incredibly challenging financial landscape, and we are committed to work hard to balance this important work delivered by staff alongside the wider needs of all our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arif. Any supplementary question, Councillor Cohen?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, gosh, the staff are very busy there. Can the executive member explain why, before the matter had actually gone to Executive Board, why staff at Abbey House Museum were given redundancy application forms? Does the executive member agree with me that such actions do make any consultation look something rather like a sham?
Councillor Arif, back to you.
Okay, so in terms of the voluntary reduction, the Leavers programme, this was given to the whole service to allow anyone who wanted to take up the opportunity to leave a chance to take that decision. That process is ongoing at the moment, and once the service has informed of the outcome, it will be able to review posts and staffing members across it to better inform the impact of any potential closure of Abbey House. And I wasn't aware this was done before, so I can certainly look into that. Could I just say, Councillor Cohen, this proposal has not been put forward lightly, but as you are aware, we have a legal duty to set a balanced budget, and so we need to make some difficult decisions. But could I also stress that no final decision has been taken? And finally, I just want to say that I'm really delighted at your newfound interest and enthusiasm for culture as my shadow. And I really look forward to having further briefings so you can further understand the financial implications of the service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arif. Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Given the wording of the decision document to finally sell it, can the executive member for resources please explain why the U1 number plate is more cherished by the Labour administration than any other assets it sells? Why is this Labour group more reluctant to part with a metal plate donated by a rich car enthusiast than it was to dispose of the historic council offices paid for and bequeathed by the ordinary taxpayers of Rothwell?
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Galton, for yet another question in Council about the disposal of the U1 number plate. Can I just say it's not my terminology to say a cherished number plate, but it's actually a well-known term that the motor trade used for registration plates that are considered valuable and distinctive. So before you ask a question in Council next time, Councillor Galton, can I just ask you to check your facts first? Because it's not that I cherish it more than I do former Rothwell Council offices. It's how the motor trade determine it to be. Thank you.
Any supplementary question, Councillor Galton?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Given that response, which I have been educated by in terms of the technicalities of the motor trade organisation. Can I also therefore assume that the executive member does agree with me that when we are selling our assets, to ensure that communities don't feel like they're being asset stripped by her, that actually when we're considering what to sell, there should be some element of co-production and that ward members and communities should be involved to decide what the council doesn't need and what it does need in terms of the needs of the community from wherein it comes.
Councillor Cooper. Well, thank you for such a wide-ranging supplementary, given that I'd thrown you off course, Councillor Galton, with the cherished number plate. And of course we include consultation with ward members when we are looking at any assets that we may need to dispose of. Because, of course, I don't have to reiterate the financial position that we are in now, nor that we have been in for some 14 years. So we do need to consider what our estate is, if it's fit for purpose, and if it's still needed. We don't always operate the same way we did 14 years ago, 17 years ago, and so on. So we do need to, modernise the way in which we work. We need to modernise our assets and our estate, and of course we'll continue to talk to ward members about that. No doubt I will hear another question about U1 next, Council. I look forward to it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the executive member please give an update on the investment made in active Leeds centres?
Councillor Arif.
Gladly, Councillor Thompson. Active Leeds has to compete against several commercially operated gyms and wider health provision whilst delivering complex health programmes in some of the city's most disadvantaged wards and neighbourhoods. In order to undertake the engagement and outreach work while staying commercially competitive, the Active Leeds service has delivered ongoing improvements to its leisure and wellbeing centres through the Invest to Save programme, which uses prudential borrowing to secure funding for infrastructure improvements where LCC capital funding is not available. These service improvements have been wide-ranging from investment into gym refurbishments, maintenance investments into heating and air circulation systems, pool plant rooms, decarbonisation works and redecoration programmes. Over £2.5 million has been invested into 8 gym refurbishments right across the city's leisure centres, which include Pudsey, Garforth, Morley, John Charles, Rothwell, Wetherby, Scott Hall, Armley and Garforth again. With John Smeaton and Hoff Park being completed by the end of this financial year, each development has seen an average investment of circa 250,000 in new equipment and associated works to lighting, flooring and decoration. The investments have supported the substantial growth to health and fitness memberships, growing from 23,897 members in February 2022 to over 32,000 members today, an increase of over 30%. Alongside this programme of improvements, in 2021 we saw the opening of a £2 million development into a new gym building at Middleton Leisure Centre, providing a much needed facility in an important part of the city. Airborough has also seen wet-side developments in 2019, which is now being complemented with over £1 million investment into the dry-side developments works to extend the gym, add a new immersive and dance studio, refurbish squash courts, roofing replacements on site as well. Fernville Leisure Centre and Wellbeing Centre replacement has secured planning approval, which would deliver the first new wellbeing centre in Leeds for over 15 years, with an open date targeted at 26-27. Further investments over the coming years will see the first fitness space in the city centre as part of the hotel development at George Street, investments at John Charles for an outdoor cricket facility, cricket nets facility, paddle tennis courts and redevelopments of the outdoor pitches. John Smeaton proposals include a gym expansion, new learner swimming pool and an upgraded all-weather pitch. Furthermore, 12 million has been invested into cleaner energy upgrades across the portfolio of centres, which has reduced the service's carbon footprint by over 3,500 tonnes of carbon per year. These include heat pumps, switching from gas boilers to use to cleaner electric energy, LED lighting, solar panels and building management systems. Much needed investments into long-term maintenance programmes have also seen over 1 million investment into pool plants and 2 pool refurbishments at Rothwell and Wetherby. KIPAX has seen refurbishment of the wet-side changing rooms, redecoration of flooring, working closely with ward members and the parish council. Other areas include the resurfacing of the indoor and outdoor tennis courts at John Charles, following the regional performance and centre status. Upcoming proposals and future work streams were reported and approved by Exec Board Vision for Wellbeing Centre report in December 2024. These investments have meant that usage in important area of health and fitness membership and swimming lessons have grown by over 30% since 2020, and more people are using the leisure centres from deprived areas of the city as they continue to appeal to more and more people, helping towards our Marmot approach of making Leeds a place where everyone moves more every day. Councillor Thompson, I hope this gives you and the Chamber a flavour of the investment we are making into our leisure centres. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all our staff working within Active Leeds for the brilliant work they do across our leisure centres and within the service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arif. Councillor Thompson, any supplementary? You're fine. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the relevant executive member provide an update into the promised review of the riots that took place in Hare Hills on the 18th of July 2024?
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Harland.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Ali, for giving me this opportunity to update the Council on work that's been taking place in Hare Hills since the 18th of July. The violent disorder witnessed in Hare Hills was clearly a shock to all those that are concerned to the local area. And the Council and its partners are determined to ensure that lessons are learned from those events. This learning process started in the immediate days after the disorder in Hare Hills, when senior council officers met separately with the Home Secretary and Lord Khan of Burnley, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State at the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, to outline the events leading up to the disorder and to discuss our recovery efforts. Both the Home Secretary and Lord Khan were encouraged and reassured by our detailed understanding of what had occurred, the strengths of our local partnerships, and that had led to an early resolution to the issues on the evening in question, and our collective determination to mitigate any further tensions and violence. They also acknowledged the specific sensitive nature of circumstances that preceded and subsequently led to the disorder occurring. Since then, we've been working closely with the MHCLG and local third sector partners and services to better understand the long-term challenges and to enhance our responses to those challenges as we seek to ensure we are doing all we can to prevent any further such instances in Hare Hills or anywhere else in the city. In December last year, West Yorkshire Police organised a tabletop exercise that involved a range of partners from across the city coming together for a full day to participate in a learning scenario that mirrored the events that took place in Hare Hills last summer. The purpose of the exercise was to identify what worked well on the night, what could have been done differently, and to test the partnership response to such incidents should it ever occur again. West Yorkshire Police are currently working to complete a detailed analysis and report which will incorporate the findings from the exercise, and the learning and the recommendations will be shared by key stakeholders as appropriate. A local resilience forum-led debrief has been scheduled for February. This is something we've been pushing for, and I'm pleased that it's progressed. We will, of course, provide feedback to local members once it has taken place. In addition, officers within the Safer Stronger Communities team have also been working closely with partners, the local community in Hare Hills and the wider third sector across Leeds to help inform the development of a social cohesion strategy, one that will build stronger communities in Leeds. The strategy will recognise the importance of early intervention work in preventing community tensions, the early identification and response to tensions where they occur, and will build on the key principles communities across the city have told us are important to them from a community cohesion perspective, namely participation, relationships, belonging and equality. The strategy will comprise of 4 overreaching priorities: enhancing community safety, creating safe spaces for dialogue, building and promoting good relations in our neighbourhoods, and developing a sense of belonging. Taking the learning from what happened in Hare Hills, we feel these actions will lead to more unified and resilient communities across the city where everyone feels they belong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hallen. Any supplementary questions, Councillor Ali?
So, given that we saw a spate of far-right riots across the country during that time, do you agree that it's important to distinguish what happened in Hare Hills as something different to that, something that was unique? And from the sounds of what you were saying, that review that we were promised doesn't seem like it's been taking place. So if we're not identifying the problems that are happening in areas like Gipton and Hare Hills, like Beeston, like Armley, these deprived areas, how are we ever going to find the solutions? And it's nice to hear people using the city of belonging idea a lot more. Thank you.
Councillor Halland.
Well, I'm not sure what the question was, but...
was that a comment or a question? Question. Okay.
Okay, well, I do believe that work is taking place across the city with various partners and stakeholders and ward members to ensure that we tackle this sort of occasion appropriately. And the thing about the social cohesion strategy is fundamental to what we want, to live in a city where everybody feels welcome. These problems hopefully don't arrive, and happy to speak to you separately, Councillor Ali. Always welcome with ward members' input, especially after what such events have taken place.
Thank you, Councillor Hallen. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the exec member for the Economy, Transport and Sustainable Development provide us with an update on the success of Leeds Christmas market, please?
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Pryor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for the question. I'm always delighted to speak about Christmas. So Leeds Christmas Market returned in 2024 with a new layout focused on City Square, following the successful return the previous year in 2023. So the improved offering included over 60 market traders selling a wide range of crafts, food and other goods for a total of 31 days throughout November and December. The return of the Christmas tree and the Queen's Hotel projections from the Leeds bid helped to contribute to the festive atmosphere. The Ice Cube at Christmas also returned to Millennium Square with Thor's and the Ferris wheel in Victoria Gardens. To talk about some of the numbers, footfall cameras showed that on Saturday the 30th of November, the city centre saw the busiest day since COVID, since 2019, while Trinity Leeds also saw the highest footfall for 5 years. Footfall on Park Row between the Christmas market site and the Christmas activity on Millennium Square and Victoria Gardens was up 12.7% over the Christmas market period. And that is despite a lot of the particularly bad weather we had over that period, with the market being closed on some of the days because of the high winds. This obviously did have an impact, but it was great to see that footfall was still up and feedback really positive. The Christmas market was delivered at no cost to Leeds City Council, and there was a marked improvement on the quality of the offer compared to 2023. You'd be delighted to learn I've already had my first meeting about Christmas later this year, as the team are already planning to improve the offer again in 2025. Hundreds of customer survey responses have already been filled in, and we are going through to compile that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pryor. Councillor Martin, any supplementary questions?
Thank you, Councillor Pryor. Can you, so you've mentioned about footfall during Christmas. Can you please elaborate on footfall more generally within the wider city centre? Thank you.
I would be delighted to. So throughout the whole of 2024, footfall in Leeds City Centre was up 1.3% on the whole of 2023, and that was 2023 being 2.6% up on the year before then. Victoria Gate in 2024 had its busiest year since it was opened back in 2016, and I met with someone from Trinity Shopping Centre and they said their footfall last year was up 20%. So it is really great to see our city centre thriving with more and more people coming into the city centre. Station usage in Leeds train station continues to grow, with footfall at the station up 10% on 2023, with this exceeding 2019 as well. So it is great to see, despite what sometimes you read on Facebook, a large number of people coming into Leeds City Centre. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pryor. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Will does the Executive Member for Children and Families agree with the Mayor for Greater Manchester and others who believe there should be a national statutory inquiry into historical child sexual exploitation focused on grooming gangs?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I agree with Andy Burnham, who has backed a limited national inquiry and which the government are not ruling out holding in the future. Child sexual abuse and exploitation are the most vile and horrific of crimes. The interests of victims and survivors of child sexual abuse must come first. Leeds City Council and the wider multi-agency partnership that seeks to support children and families in Leeds is wholly committed to providing children with effective help and protection and ensuring that the voice of victims and survivors is heard. We would always engage fully in any national or local review, and we are pleased to see that the government are making strides to tackle some of the most critical key issues as set out in the Child Wellbeing Bill last week, such as it becoming mandatory to report abuse and making it offence with professional and criminal sanctions if an individual fails to do so.
Thank you. Any supplementary questions?
Can I thank her for a response and agree with the commitment that there does need to be a national statutory inquiry, and on that there is a cross-party agreement, at least here, if not nationally. As a supplementary, Lord Mayor, is the Executive Member aware that Sarah Champion this week brought out a 5-point plan on dealing with this issue? One of the points mentioned is that all local authorities should audit child protection referrals linked to CSE over the last 10 years, which is post the JA review. I think that's a very sensible proposal and one we could get on here proactively in Leeds without a push from national government. So will she commit to doing that and bringing the terms of reference to the scrutiny board in the next few months?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hayden.
Read Sarah Campion's 5 recommendations. She's extremely intelligent, but extremely well versed and has an awful lot of experience. I think her recommendations are very, very sensible and evidence-based. And as I said in my answer, we would fully engage in any national, as a JTI, any national requirements or inquiries or reviews, be it 10 years or anything else that comes up. As the JTI inspection report and the joint targeted area inspection, to use jargon, this time last year, and it was released in March, as it shows we have extremely strong relationships with West Yorkshire Police, with our health partners, and we are innovative in setting up our regular meetings with all partners involved that review ongoing cases that come to us historically as well. That is work that is done daily, and the JTI show that it's done extremely well in Leeds, and we will continue to do that. We will look to make improvements and innovations such as our work on risk outside the home, which acknowledges that we need to work with parents as partners because they are struggling with this sort of crime against their children as well. So we will continue in Leeds to work with our partners, to do everything jointly, to constantly review and innovate and make sure that we're doing everything within our power to protect the children of Leeds. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hayden. And just to also let you know, for question 7 from Councillor Chapman, that's been withdrawn as well, so that's why I haven't called her. Okay, next is Councillor Dowson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Please can the Exec Member for Climate, Energy, Environment and Green Spaces comment on the work of the frontline staff during the recent cold weather?
Thank you, Councillor Dowson. Councillor Rafiq.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dowson, for the question. Lord Mayor, the Met Office issued an amber weather warning on Friday, the 3rd of January. The amount of snow which fell over this period was more than originally forecast, and the freezing weather persisted for longer than forecast, with sub-zero temperatures, freezing and refreezing snow into dangerous ruts and black ice. Whilst not all of these services fall within my portfolio, I'm sure I speak for all members across the chamber when I extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all of the Council's frontline services, including but not limited to schools, community hubs, housing, refuge and highways. All of these services and service areas and officers and operatives working within them have gone above and beyond over the last week to ensure the safety and mobility of key services as well as the general public. From walking through snow to support young people, braving difficult conditions to provide meals and carry out planned visits to vulnerable adults, keeping services running in our communities and helping young people get to school, helping to dig out car parks and gritting roads, allowing colleagues to get to work and keeping up with the refuse collections. It really has been a whole team Leeds effort. Specifically on highways, who are so key to the operation of so many other services during periods of extreme winter weather. The Highway Service enacts its approved winter service plan, concentrating somewhat limited resources on keeping the primary route network clear. Of the 3,000 kilometres Leeds road network, 1,280 kilometres of this categorised as primary roads, which are focused to help keep the city moving. The Leeds City Council fleet includes 30 gritters as well as quad bikes and tractors, and a team of 60 drivers working around the clock in times of extreme winter weather. I'm sure you will all join me in thanking those highways teams for their work during this period. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Councillor Rafiq. Any supplementary question? You're fine. Thank you. Okay. Next we have is Councillor Carlisle.
Our environmental teams are working hard, but can the executive member comment as to why there are many cases where investigations into fly tipping have not been pursued, even when officers have been presented with cast iron evidence in the form of videos, photos, and so on?
Thank you. Councillor Rafiq, back to you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the Council takes fly tipping very seriously and has taken a number of measures to tackle this. Fly tipping has been reducing in Leeds above the national rate. The establishment of a dedicated serious environmental crime team in Leeds has helped secure many successful prosecutions of fly tippers in Leeds. This team focuses on more the prolific fly tippers and those often linked to organised crime. As a result, in the last year, the Council has successfully prosecuted 11 fly tippers through court, with another 20 prosecutions pending. 23 fixed penalty notices have also been served for fly tipping offences, seizing and crushing 8 vehicles in the process. Where sufficient evidence is presented or obtained, incidents of fly tipping are investigated thoroughly. Fly tipping is a criminal offence, and the burden of proof in court is beyond reasonable doubt. Where the evidential test is met, we also need to consider the public test in line with Crown Prosecution Service guidelines. There are occasions that mean it's more difficult evidentially to prosecute an individual for fly tipping. Examples can include where a name and address is found in waste, but evidence can't be obtained to identify the person who actually deposited the waste. Photo or video evidence is sent, but no statement is provided, which doesn't allow us to use the evidence in proceedings. Anonymous reports where evidence or information is provided, but can't be used or followed up. Waste has been removed by a third party from a property, but the evidence to identify them is not available. Vehicles involved in fly tipping not being registered, insured, or in names of previous keepers. Suspects not complying, but insufficient evidence obtained to prove the offence beyond reasonable doubt. Evidence of waste removed before a council enforcement officer can attend. Evidence such as address labels, vehicle details, pictures and videos of offences or waste allows council officers to investigate, but doesn't necessarily prove who committed the offence. There are other elements to investigations, such as holding interviews under caution, but there remains a legal responsibility on investigators to prove offences based on evidence obtained. Proceedings of offences can only be brought where a person can be identified and where proven based on all evidence, all available evidence. This rigour applies equally to cases where the decision is made to issue a fixed penalty notice rather than prosecute through court. In addition to this, Lord Mayor, the Council is restricted in how when it can update members of the public with specific cases. This can either be to protect the integrity of the investigation, or because cases often take much longer than to properly investigate and bring to conclusion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rafiq. Councillor Carlile, any supplementary questions?
Could the executive member share with members data lists of evidence submitted regarding alleged fly tipping and what action was taken so that we're able to see the proportion of cases that have been successfully followed through?
Lord Mayor, I've already provided the details out of what's needed to prosecute people and take it through the courts. I'm happy to provide the data as you've suggested, and as ever, I'm happy to meet members of this council outside this meeting in relation to any particular cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rafiq. We have now come to the end of our question time. According to the Council's procedural process, 11.6, any unanswered questions would be answered in a written format to yourselves. So we're going straight now to agenda item number 5, which is the 26th of March 2025, Council meeting change of start time. Councillor Flint.
I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Stevenson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for the vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item number 6, report on the calculation of the council tax and business rates tax basis for 2025-2026. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Flint.
Lord Mayor.
Councillor Golton.
I appreciate it's not normally the place to comment on this particular item. I just wanted to raise an item of information, really, for Council. The Council will be aware that our group isn't shy in offering areas where we think the Council could raise more income. And one of the areas that we raised recently in our budget amendments was the area around a surcharge on second homes. We know that this had been pursued in tourist-related areas like coastal areas and North Yorkshire, for instance. But actually, there's quite a lot of second homes here in Leeds, and we were anticipating that we could raise quite a bit of money. Unfortunately, under the previous government, there was a delay in the legislation being passed to allow us to do it any earlier, but we were looking forward to this year being able to reap the dividend of doing the due diligence and the consultations that's needed to put a surcharge on second homes, and we were expecting it to raise around about £3.7 million, which is not a small sum of money when we've had so many delegations and deputations today, for instance, where just £100,000 is the difference between saving a service and not. So I was somewhat dismayed when I made inquiries of our council tax team to discover that actually we're anticipating to have £1.2 million less than we expected because the government has introduced a suite of exemptions in this area. And I just wanted to point this out to council so that we're aware that we need to make sure that within the authority we are making as much effort as possible to ensure that one person's exemption doesn't become somebody else's loophole, and that our teams are fully focused to ensure that we maximise the income that we can when we have the powers to go in there in the first place. So it was just an item of information. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Galton. Councillor Cooper, to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Galton, for your comments on this issue. You will be pleased to know that the Council does indeed intend to charge a premium for second homes with the council tax charge. And indeed, we have put out notifications so that we're able to do so from April 2025. Councillor Galton is quite right about there being, I wouldn't call it a suite of exemptions. I think that's a little exaggerated, Councillor Galton. But I think there has been some things made clear to government about some exemptions that needed to be made. So, for instance, houses that have been on the market for less than a year, and also either for sale or for let, which is quite reasonable. We have already budgeted for these changes and also budgeted for the additional income that we are going to see because of this legislation, and so we don't see it as a pressure in next year's budget. But thank you for raising it nevertheless, Councillor Galton.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. I will now call for a vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Okay. Agenda item number 7, report on the appointment of CGA independent person. Councillor Franz Mayer.
Lord Mayor, I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Cooper.
Second, Lord Mayor. I don't know which mic I'm talking to then, but a second.
Okay. I will now call for the vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item number 8, appointments. Councillor Flint.
Move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Farley.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for the vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item number 9, attendance at meetings. Councillor Flint.
Move in terms of the notice again, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Farley.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for the vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item number 10, report on the leaders' executive arrangements. Councillor Lewis.
Move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Flint.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for the vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Okay. Agenda item number 11, annual report, Climate Emergency Advisory Committee. Councillor Dye.
Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking officers of the climate team who've done such a lot of work this year, particularly Polly Cook and Rachel Waterhouse. The city is really, really lucky to have them. And I'd also like to thank Toby and Helen, who calmly, although it probably doesn't feel like it, deal with all the technical problems and last-minute changes to ensure the smooth running of the committee. And I'd also like to thank members of SEAC for your engagement and your questions, which have provided the scrutiny that really adds value to our committee. The effects of the changing climate are very clear this year. 2024 was the first year in which the average global temperatures exceeded 1.5 degrees C above pre-industrial levels. The climate crisis is deepening and the urgency to act increasing. Leeds has continued to work to both reduce our emissions and prepare to adapt to the changing climate, and SEAC plays a key role in checking and challenging this work. And I'd like to share some of the examples of our inquiries this year. We've once again examined the development of several policies related to the city's climate emergency response. We've looked at the implementation and delivery of projects such as flood risk management, air quality, electric vehicle charging. And these topics will all return to a full SEAC or a workshop meeting following our questions. Nature recovery was a focus of several discussions this year. There are some excellent examples of good practice across the city, and it's good to see that this work is increasing year on year. Once again, we asked for a session on mass transit. Decarbonising transport is crucial to our work towards net zero, and WICA committed to return to SEAC this year to update on some of the questions we raised. We invited several key organisations to attend to better understand the work happening across the city, and these included Leeds Beckett. They're doing some really important work on overheating, and we're going to be looking at this again to see what recommendations we can make once the research concludes. Climate Action Leeds and the Climate Commission. It's absolutely crucial for the Council to link with these, and it's good to see that those links are happening. Follow-up meetings with both Climate Action Leeds and the Commission have taken place since their attendance, and this joint work will continue. And the Leeds Anchors Network, some really impressive decarbonisation work at Leeds University and the hospitals that if you haven't seen, I strongly advise you to re-watch a SEAC and see their presentations. Very encouraging for our city's progress. Our workshops have so far allowed us to examine topics such as composting, right to grow, procurement, use of glyphosate and the effect of a changing climate on our historic buildings. The content of the workshops will continue to be shaped by members' requests and items from full SEAC meetings that require further examination. We've not held as many workshops as I would have liked to have seen so far this year, and this is a priority for the next few months. I'd like to thank the Council's corporate leadership team for their attendance. This year, we've been asking our directors to add procurement and their work on adaptation to their annual presentations. And to quote from one, "This has been a good discipline for us to reflect. We do a lot, and we will keep this in our conversations and work programmes." And Ed, I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome you to full council. You'd be very welcome to come along to SEAC, and we'd be interested in hearing what you have to tell us. I'd also like to thank everyone who's addressed our committee through the open forum slot. We've heard about conservation, sustainability, energy and fashion, and many of these have led to further work with members of the committee or development of new collaborations. As always, please get in touch if you know of anybody who'd like to address the committee. Once again, SEAC has covered a wide range of topics, and our discussions continue to generate further work for our committee. The job of mitigation and adaptation is happening at pace across the city, and we are there to keep this on track. This year's excellent Yorkshire and Humber Climate Commission Action Plan, which if you haven't yet read,
it's
I really
red light
do
now,
urge you
Councillor
to do
Dye, I'm
so,
afraid. Sorry.
says we need to go further and faster, and we are aware of that and playing our part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dye. Councillor Rafiq.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a pleasure to second the SEAC paper. As executive board member, I would like to put on record my heartfelt thanks to all the members of the committee, members of the public and community groups who have contributed, as well as Councillor Dye for excellent chairing again this year. Finally, I would like to put on record my thanks to Polly Cook and her team for their continued hard work and ambition in striving to make Leeds a net zero city. The breadth of issues we are to discuss in the Chamber really is a testament to the work which is ongoing across the entire city, and we'll be only hearing about a handful. Some of the key highlights for me within the climate portfolio include Leeds has got its 100th fruit orchard, which not only makes communities greener, but also provides opportunities for communities to get involved with their own food growing initiatives. The opening of the second phase of the flood alleviation scheme. This scheme provides climate change protection and a 1 in 200 year protection against extreme flooding events. Efficiency upgrades to back-to-back terrace homes across the city to make homes easier and more affordable to heat, reducing food poverty as well as energy consumption. the addition of glass to the green bins and the associated increase in Leeds citywide recycling rates, more building than ever before being connected to the Leeds Pipes district heating network, with the scheme set to expand further in coming years. Just last year, we have welcomed a new government who has relaunched this country's climate ambition, seeking to lead by example on the world stage. And within this ambition in mind is rewriting the country's net zero strategy. A government which will create a publicly owned energy company and upgrade the national grid, as well as mobilise private investment to help with decarbonisation, encourage private companies to play their part, upgrade homes to ensure they are energy efficient, both for the benefit of the planet as well as the people living there. I'm excited to see what Leeds can achieve towards this climate agenda in the coming years with a new climate-focused government who shares in our aims. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rafiq. Now on to Councillor Ali, and it's your maiden speech.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is really positive to read about the work of the Climate Emergency Advisory Committee. As our work on address the climate emergency as a city continues, there are many projects ongoing across the city, both by the council, businesses, as well as volunteer groups and the third sector. And as well, all know all actions we take to reduce our carbon impact, big or small, add up to reducing our overall carbon emissions. I would like to take the opportunity to talk about one of the significantly large projects which is in fact heating this very room right now. The Leeds Pipes district heating network, which is now well established in Leeds, offers a reliable, more affordable, lower carbon heat sources to a vast array of businesses across the city. So far, the network has had around 60 million of investment and is made up of 30 kilometers of pipework connecting over 50 individual buildings. Just last year, the network delivered 28,000 megawatt hour of the heat, which saved a huge 6,000 tons of carbon. Not only is the project helping the environment, it is also contributing to inclusive growth with Leeds with over 400 people employed, which includes 20 apprenticeships. And all this is just the beginning. At the November Executive Board last year, we heard about the plans for the future investment in the scheme, including the extension of the scheme to Wellington Street and plans for the creation of a scheme on the South Bank, which would see further 28 buildings benefiting up to 8,000 residents. The Leeds Pipe Network is a real credit to the city, having won multiple prestigious awards, including Energy Project of the Year in the residential category at the Energy Awards. I am looking forward to seeing the further development of the scheme and the rollout of the yet more residents and business across the city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In welcoming this report, I'd like to take the opportunity to make some observations and to raise some potential issues. Now, in the spirit of trying to reduce the length of time that this council meeting's taken, can I suggest that maybe we look at 3-hour meetings being a little bit long in terms of people keeping their concentration. Having sat through them and seeing a number of people coming and going at times, I do maybe think we need to reduce down the length of the meetings. That doesn't mean to say that we don't introduce more meetings to get the same work done, but to try and concentrate it down to there. And also, and I was going to mention, and you've already done so, Chair, about the mix that we've got between working groups and workshops. I think we need to maybe look at it again. I was totally in favour of what we did last year, but I do think maybe we need to look again to try and get the balance different on that. I also would like to see us starting to publish a list of all the changes and recommendations that we've made to SEAC to see whether or not the council are or are not responding to the suggestions that we're making, so that people can see what we're actually doing, because some people often say to me, well, what do you actually do on SEAC? That would be one way of proving the outputs that we've got. And on a positive note, the open forums are a great idea, and you can see that by the number of people who come along or send in videos for us to watch. Sometimes the technology for our officers trying to sort it out can sometimes be a bit of a challenge. But we also need to challenge how SEAC are getting the council to react, what I would call, to the evangelists we've got out there who totally believe in climate change, but equally what we're doing to try and get less sceptics, but there are still sceptics out there, and also how we're going to take into place those who are agnostic. They don't actually, they don't really have a view one way or the other. They just get on with their daily lives and think it's, done by somebody else. But the final thing I wanted to talk about is transport. I think we need to do a little bit more on SEAC on transport. For example, yes, we have in general got the bus companies, maybe with the exception of one company, to improve their stock of vehicles and the quality and the energy efficiency of the vehicles. But if we are going to reduce our carbon footprint, we've got to do something about the quality of the bus services. And I know that we're going to get franchising, but by the Mayor's own admission, it'll be 2028 at the earliest before she starts being able to implement any new services. So in the meantime, we've got a hit because the bus services that we've all got throughout the city, doesn't matter which ward we're talking about here, are not being served in terms of the public transport network that we want. And I do think SEAC needs to take a stricter approach and a tighter approach in holding it. Now, I accept that the Deputy Chair...
It's red light now, Councillor Anderson.
Right. Thank you,
Thank you very much. Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll speak with two hats, if you don't mind. One, of course, is as Chair of Scrutiny Board, which covers the environment. Councillor Dye was kind enough to come along to our last meeting when we were discussing what we could focus on as the Scrutiny Board, which has the responsibility to look at the environment, because the two bodies of SEAC and Scrutiny should be able to be complementary to each other and hopefully amplify their achievement. However, I'm going to refer back to what Councillor Anderson was saying earlier, and there is the potential for us to have an inclusivity problem in that we have a lot of fora where enthusiasts can meet and they can gather as much information as they wish so that they can become even more well informed around things like the environment. But it's about how we can actually engage with and co-produce with the people out there that we represent in terms of making a big difference in their communities. And I think at the moment we have an area to fill in that message, that narrative. And more importantly, we're going to be, according to the government, talking more to the Mayor and the mayoral authority in terms of delivering a lot of our environmental and our spatial development achievements. And we need to make sure that people like the Mayor, who are meant to be delivering things in our name and are meant to have place-based delivery, actually do listen to the constituent authorities beneath them, because every one of them will have a body like SEAC, because we've all signed up to trying to get to net zero by 2030. We're all having very serious problems in achieving that, and we've all got very serious problems in making sure that we engage with the wider city and the wider community instead of just focusing on what we can achieve as local authorities on our own. And I think that's where the role of the Mayor could be very valuable in terms of providing that convening, compelling ask for the other 5 authorities to come together and actually achieve something more. And when we're talking about backing the builders, not the blockers, and going for growth, these are very sensitive areas. And if we are going to achieve our environmental aims, it's going to be within that same footprint. And that's where engagement with the likes of SEAC and as part of Leeds Authority is going to be really crucial in making sure that those people feel included in the things that are done in their name to tackle climate change. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Galton. Councillor Ray, and it's your maiden speech as well.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I've been a member of the Climate Advisory Committee, Emergency Advisory Committee, since I was elected last May. I'd like to thank Councillor Dye as Chair and other members of the committee who've been so welcoming. We've covered an interesting range of topics and projects this year, receiving reports from numerous council services and beyond. I'd like to focus my speech on air quality, something that affects everyone who lives, works and even travels through our city. Air pollution is known to be detrimental to health, especially for children and elderly members of our communities and those with pre-existing health conditions. Shockingly, 54 out of every 1,000 deaths in Leeds is linked to air pollution exposure, an awful statistic. This council is committed to doing its part to reduce emissions and encourage individuals, businesses and partners to do the same. Some of the actions the council are taking include switching to lower emission vehicles for our own fleet, including more recently some new electric bin lorries, introduction of active travel infrastructure, including bus priority and cycle lanes, and the city bike scheme. Focusing on the health sector, working alongside healthcare providers to improve awareness within the groups most effective. This includes an air pollution alert system. I'm pleased that these measures have had a positive impact so far, with 5 areas previously identified as failing to meet clean air standards now meeting national standards. This demonstrates a significant citywide long-term effort, but more needs to be done. There is no safe level of air pollution. Any level possesses a threat to the health of vulnerable residents. It is vitally important that we all continue to do what we can to improve air quality. As a council, we will lead by example, and through our ambitious and wide-ranging Leeds air quality strategy, continue to drive down pollution levels, further making Leeds a healthier and better place to live. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ray. I will now call for a comfort break for a few minutes. If we can please come back at 2:40, 20 minutes to 3. Thank you very much. Okay, just before we go on to the next, I'm really sorry. I have missed 2 members' birthdays in January, one even as an executive member, our Jess, and also Councillor Taylor. So I'm going to be having a word with Ian at the Labour Group because he provides our office with all the birthdays. And I've just mentioned Councillor Brooks as well. I was wondering, when I saw the list, they were all men. So, so we now have Councillor Jess. And someone else as well. Oh my goodness. And you! Wow. Okay. Well, we have presents for all of you, so don't worry. A very happy birthday to you all. I'm hoping 2025 will be kind to each and every one of you celebrating January. Thank you. Right, straight to business. Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I fear I'm about to spoil the consensus on this one. First of all, Councillor Ali and Councillor Ray, may I just congratulate them on 2 excellent speeches, well done. But this report, you know, is getting into the realms of displacement activity. And if those people who haven't checked the definition recently, it means an unnecessary activity that you do because you are trying to delay a more difficult or unpleasant activity, like fixing the roads or emptying the bins, presumably. Apart from the usual trendy waffle, if I may say so, there are some serious inaccuracies. I quote, "Members welcomed the data for active travel and public transport use that stated that during peak commuter hours was overall positive and a long-term uptake in travel options, blah, blah, blah." Apart from the dreadful grammar, public transport patronage is considerably lower than it was in 2019. Bus services are poor and getting worse, and this is before Rachel from Accounts begins to swing the public spending axe, as swing it she must. Mind you, there is mention of butterflies at Roundy Park, so that's all right then. This from the Economy and Finance Working Group. This included scope, 3 emissions for businesses which the council are engaged with and who shared the same procurement values. There should only be one procurement value, and that's value for money. What about the business engagement? What about the business engagement working group? These are presumably the businesses left standing after the national insurance hikes. They, the report says, did not have any meetings in 2024. No meetings. You couldn't make it up, Lord Mayor. You would have thought the business engagement group would have been a priority, considering the housing repairs backlog, the pothole roads and the state of the city finances. It's high time we got real, Lord Mayor, and concentrated on the difficult things which this city really needs. The United Kingdom represents 1% of world emissions. Leeds is 1% of United
You are on
Kingdom
red light
emissions.
now, Councillor Buckley.
This has to get
Sorry.
real. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Councillor Downs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm on the SEAC and I'm proud to be there. It was a committee that for many years I wanted to have formed, and I'm pleased that it's there. One of the big challenges, though, that I think that we have is that many of the people that sit on, or if not all the people that sit on that committee, are fully signed up to the fact that there is an environmental crisis and we need to do something about it. The biggest challenge is to get that message out there to people, that, particularly on social media, who are climate change deniers, who don't see there's a problem and just want to get on with their lives in the way that they want to. And that's what we need to address. When I look at it, I mean, I'm fully committed. I've got an electric car. I've now got an electric van, so my vehicles are electric. If you look at somewhere like Norway, 90% of the sales of cars are now electric. They're on their way to 100% electric cars. That's at one end of the scale. And then you look at other places like we've now got the threat of Donald Trump coming in and saying there's no such thing as climate change. It just means that real estate's going to go up in value because the sea's going to move closer to more houses. Ridiculous. So that's one of the things that I think we need to focus on. Another thing is, and it's been mentioned, about public transport. The bus that I caught to get in here today has dropped down to 1 an hour. It comes from Otley. It was the X84, it's now the 26. It's going back to the X84, but it's dropping in frequency from what it used to be to 40 minutes, which means that Otley is now effectively not a sustainable location. It's absolutely crazy, and the bus was full coming in. And so something needs to be done to address the public transport side of things. Those buses used to be every 15 minutes. It's a joke. But the other thing I'd like to think of that we should be looking at within public transport is also the issue of the airport. Because if we're to get to net zero, we need to be working with the airport to try and encourage them to become net zero and to actually reduce their environmental impact. I fully support the airport, but we need to be working with them to try and deliver that to the climate. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Downs. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a pleasure to speak on the Climate Emergency Advisory Committee annual report, and it was also a pleasure to hear two brilliant maiden speeches earlier on this topic, Councillor Ali and Ray. I'm not actually on the committee myself, but I think we're all clear that this is a whole city effort, and I am the walking and cycling champion for Leeds. I'm walking and cycling champion. That's a role I have because when I was elected a councillor, my new ward colleague Emma Flint told me I'd have to get to meetings on time, and I don't drive, so I realised I'd need a bike to get around reliably in my ward and in the city. So I'm pleased to say I do largely get to meetings on time now, and only a little bit sweaty. There are some really good facts and figures in this report. It's clear that we're making progress in Leeds in tackling climate change, and we need to do that. And I want to speak about transport in particular, given my walking and cycling champion role. I do think if we talk about climate change and the climate emergency in a kind of abstract way, people do switch off a little bit. So I wanted to tell a couple of real stories about how the work we're doing in Leeds has affected people's real lives. The report actually mentions our former children's mayor, Mohammed, who is, as a pupil at Islandwood Primary School, got to represent children across the city, and he made climate change and tackling it a major priority for himself. And when myself and Emma and Jules, my ward colleagues, visit schools in our ward, the number one priority without fail is always children wanting to be able to walk or cycle to get into school in a pleasant way. A friend of mine called Tom always had to drive his daughters to school because he then needed to be able to get to work afterwards, and so he had to, and driving to work was his only choice. There's now a Beryl bike stand near his daughter's school and a Beryl bike stand near his workplace, so every weekday morning he is able to walk or cycle with his kids to school and have that special moment and then cycle into work. Last year we heard from a mum who lives near Lawnser Roundabout. She has to drive across it every day to get to a destination 5 minutes away with her kids, a 5-minute walk, mind you. And we've also spoke to an elderly couple around the same time who live just off Otley Old Road who couldn't get to their GP surgery. We ran a petition in that area. We got a campaign to get the pedestrian crossing in place. They can now safely walk to their GP surgery. We can all tell stories like this from our wards, community campaigns, the real impact that this work has on people's lives. So the key point I really want to make is, yes, we should be proud of the progress we're making in Leeds, and we should talk about the facts and figures and the bigger picture. But first and foremost, the thing I'm really proud about is the way that this work opens up new choices and opportunities for families in Leeds.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Harrington.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking on the annual report of the Climate Emergency Advisory Committee. My Lord Mayor, I say this each time I speak on this matter but it is a privilege to sit on SEAC and be able to see firsthand the good work done by officers in making sure the City and the Council are both prepared and preparing for all aspects of the climate emergency, and my genuine thanks go to them. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I also say this. When this committee was set up a few years back, I recall it was the desire of my group not to just be puppet members of the committee, but rather to act as a critical friend and offer constructive criticism where valid. We are still in that same place, my Lord Mayor. There are many positive projects undertaken by SEAC and council officers, and this annual report demonstrates exactly that. Activities are being carried out from my own Wetherby ward with the Boston Spa Energy Efficiency Trial and others right across the city to Pudsey on many topics, even covering sustainable fashion. But therein lies the rub, my Lord Mayor. It feels ever increasing to me that we are just playing, and what is really needed are powers from national governments. SEAC is an advisory committee and relies on other departments and directorates to implement our findings and recommendations. There is a disconnect, however, between the committee's ambitions and what it can do. Even within the council, SEAC should be demanding that the planning department push for the highest environmental and insulation standards for applications submitted, but finds itself constrained as to what can be delivered. Let's look at another case in point. We had an excellent presentation on sustainable fashion, very thought-provoking. Yet this week, there are reports in the media of one of the largest fashion brands and allegations over their supply chain and how they can sell, make and ship a dress for a few pounds. Unless Leeds has powers to take action, whatever we do will be dwarfed in the face of events beyond our control. And 1 year on from when I stood in this chamber and spoke previously about mass transit, and I concur with Councillor Anderson's previous comments, I still don't believe we are any closer to understanding the implications to our residents or the benefits being touted. We have already seen the gridlock and chaos caused by the administration in their desire to seemingly disconnect Leeds by digging up every roadway in the city while adding double-digit diversion routes. Gridlock and chaos that traps motorists and public transport in polluting, spewing tailbacks, as referred to by our maiden speech over there. Heaven knows what it will be like trying to install track systems when the time does eventually come. Trying to be net zero after that will be very difficult indeed. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and my congratulations to the maiden speeches. And I think I'll be happy to hit the trendy waffle mark as well. It won't do the street cred any harm at all, so well done. As part of the climate emergency declared by the Council in 2019, there's been a recognised need for significant tree planting, woodland creation and improvements to woodland. This is something I welcome with open arms. We all know how beneficial trees are for our air quality, natural flood management, providing leaf cover for shade, habitats for native species, as well as making up part of our green spaces, which is so beneficial for health and well-being. This council has made a commitment to planting 5.8 million trees over the next 25 years. And in honour of this commitment, significant progress on tree planting has been made since that declaration in 2019, with 39 current planting schemes ongoing in this year, 24-25, with a mix of whips and standard trees. As mentioned in the report, there is a role for tree planting to play in tackling the climate emergency. However, there is a need to balance this with the desires of local communities, which is where community involvement in those schemes is so important. These tree planting schemes and their locations have received public support of around 80%, as well as offering opportunities for the public to get involved. The Park Rangers team provide a seed gathering scheme in which they work with local communities, providing educational opportunities and insights into the benefits of trees for the environment. The seeds gathered can be taken to collection points like the Aerium, where they are nurtured until they are ready for planting. In Bramley and Stanningley, it was our pleasure to join volunteers planting trees in Bramley Park, but also utilising opportunities from the flood alleviation scheme to plant additional trees alongside pupils from Whitecoat Primary School on green space, which was near their school, and I think they all had a great morning doing that. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank all the residents who volunteer their time in our parks and green spaces, especially our Friends of Group, and I'm pleased we've got 2 in my own ward. These people work alongside the Green Spaces Service in ensuring parks remain a beautiful space for all to enjoy. And a final thank you to all involved with the Leeds Parks and Green Spaces Forum, who provide excellent support and advice to our Friendship group. Thank you, Lord Mayor. It was lovely to see you pre-Christmas at some of the events, so I hope you had a lovely Christmas.
I did, Councillor Ritchie. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think we'd all love a greener, cleaner air and clean and reliable energy supply in the city. I think the Council has done remarkably well so far in increasing energy efficiency, reducing decarbonisation and pressing on with the decarbonisation of the Council estate. The following remarks are not aimed at Councillor Dye or at the Council even for that matter. They're more aimed at our national politicians who you know I love dearly. Ed Miliband, our Secretary of State for Net Zero, almost the first thing he did was to introduce or suggest the introduction of a tax onto central heating boilers in an effort to force people to buy heat pumps that cost between £5,000 and £30,000 plus God knows how much on costs. Something he said he wouldn't do when he was in opposition, and something that Rachel forgot to put in the Labour manifesto, yet another tax. But forget all of that. Let's look at the impact of net zero on people in this city. Last Thursday I was contacted by a veteran of the Falklands War who lives in a council house. He has a gas condensing boiler, very efficient one as it happens, but because of the design of his property, most of the pipework has to be outside. And of course what happened last week when the cold weather came, the pipes froze and he had to turn off his central heating and his hot water. Got in touch with housing and they were very good, as indeed with the gas company. They supplied 4 radiators to him and things were sort of reasonably okay. Except of course that he wasn't able to turn on his gas central heating or his hot water during the coldest period of the year. More interestingly, the gas company, when he spoke to them, said that at least 170 other houses in the northwest of Leeds had similar problems. So if you extrapolate that out, that's around about 700 houses at least, you would think, in the city of Leeds that were without central heating and hot water on the coldest days of the year. Incidentally, the chap who got in touch with me, 2 of the radiators were oil-fired. You couldn't make it up, basically. But very good, I have to say, but in terms of net zero, it does make you wonder. Effectively, last Friday, only 10% of the power in this country was produced by renewables, 55% by natural gas. Our gas supply or storage was down to 7 days. And if you look across the channel at France, Germany and Holland, they had something like 3 months. So any sensible government, you would think, would ensure we have a mixed supply of energy and temper this with a rush to net zero. And what do we have? Ed Miliband with his obsession for net zero and his butterfly net to capture carbon. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's always a pleasure to hear the speeches given under the Climate Emergency Advisory Committee report, covering such a variety of mostly positive topics across Council. I absolutely loved being a member of the committee for my first 2 years on Council. I miss it. I was glad to be able to substitute occasionally. Wanted to thank Councillor Dye and all concerned for the incredible work you are doing. One of the real highlights was seeing children from a local primary school present their case for wildflowers to be made available to all primary schools for planting and to share their experience with others as part of the open forum. So alongside the declaration of a climate emergency, the Council has also declared a biodiversity emergency. And climate change represents 1 in 7 of the factors causing biodiversity loss. It's easy to think only of rare or threatened species, but biodiversity affects everything, all life on Earth, including the things we're more familiar with in our city. This highlights the need for the Council and for all of us to play our part in protecting and enhancing our natural environment and the species to which it makes home. Recently, we've seen royal assent given to the Environment Act 2021,
bringing into law biodiversity net gain requirements for developments. This, along with the new nature recovery strategies, requires developments to leave local environments in at least a 10% better state for wildlife than they were previously. There are often challenges around achieving this on site. In some cases, it can be done nearby, as seen in Armley, where credits are used in the park to enhance the environment there. In other places, it has to be further afield, and there's much to explore on that. In Killingbeck and Seacroft and nearby woodland areas will benefit from nature-friendly management. Where trees are felled, they'll be left in place to provide essential habitats for hedgehogs and other precious wildlife. And woodlands are also great places for play, for building dens, for adventuring, and family time together. These new requirements will sit alongside the local plan update, which focuses on your city, your neighbourhood, your planet. The local plan updates are fundamental to tackling climate change and providing climate adaptation. For example, shaping the way places contribute to greenhouse gas emissions by reducing the need for a car, minimising vulnerability to factors such as flooding, using suds and attenuation ponds, which also make great wildlife habitats, as we see at High Royds, making homes more energy efficient and supporting the move to different energy sources by setting out, for example, where wind or solar farms can be located. These new biodiversity targets and the prevalence of climate in planning, that was unfortunate, represent a really important balance between supporting a growing city in terms of population, homes and businesses, whilst also ensuring that our natural habitat and species are protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Firth.
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor. And that was a very interesting segue there from Councillor Thompson, because we had a bit of a biodiversity emergency in our ward very recently. And I want to put on the record our thanks to all the staff at Lotherton for their work since last weekend, trying to recapture the Inca terns and Waldrop ibises that had escaped. Some of them have been recovered, some are still at large. And I want to thank everybody who shared my Facebook post, but more importantly, who joined that effort, because certainly they were inundated by so many people getting in touch. And thank you to the staff who were getting out there and trying their best. And if it hadn't have been some pesky pigeons in Barrack and Helmet trying to nick the worms that they were trying to feed, fish and others that they were trying to feed to one of the terns, we might have even had another one. So thank you very much to them. And the reason that that's one particular interesting point that I want to raise in this particular report about the annual work that this has been done by this committee is that it mentions things, for example, like mass transit. We have a situation whereby there has been a potential for a new train station, hopefully in due course at Thorpe Park, and we've recently been briefed on the progress on that, and that has meant that, interestingly enough, we might see a park and ride that's absolutely fit for purpose in terms of getting people into the city of Leeds from our area, just down the newly built, or 2 years old, East Leeds Orbital Road. And what I would say is it means that we don't destroy the beautiful green and pleasant green belt that we have just outside Scholes to be able to facilitate that. And then that brings me on to point number 1.2.2, which is about waste. Because we have a situation in the city whereby a lot of waste has been dumped over recent months illegally. And that's not just been illegally by fly tippers. That's also been in our parks and on our woodland and on our lovely, pleasant green fields by a number of people who have been illegally camping on particular parks. We spend, on average, around about £250,000 a year on illegal traveller camps, breaking into or occupying land across our city. Since the opening of since May 2022, roughly about 40 camps, illegal camps, have been in the area in and around the East Leeds Orbital Road as a result. A good example, Councillor Heselwood, just to get back to the point, if you listen to my speech, I'd like Councillor Heselwood to actually listen rather than try and intervene and say I'm not speaking on the topic. Because let me say this, for a very good example, £35,000 on average is spent in one particular ward, and that's Temple Newsham ward, Councillor Cooper. And in that particular ward, talking about waste and talking about saving money, £12,000, if you let me finish, £12,000 on one single camp was spent on clearing up the waste from that camp. That is vital money.
Okay, all right, members, Your time is up now, Councillor.
Well, I was just saying this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please sit down.
And we should have some extra time here, Lord Mayor, from the interventions
Thank you very
that have
much,
taken
Councillor
place.
Firth. Thank you.
Well, I hope they
Please.
employ more respect to other people in
Thank
the future.
you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hartbrook, and just to mention, you one sad not to hear from you today.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I know Councillor Buckley asked us to stay away from trendy waffle. I've never been accused of being trendy, although I now know what waffle means. I would like to... It's 2 years since I was last on the SEAC committee, and it is a really vital part of our city's discussion in terms of how we tackle what is probably one of the most pressing issues of our and future generations. The topics it discusses are diverse, and they're discussed in detail and with rigour. And I think that's critical because, you know, taking back to what was said earlier on around our national reliance on gas, just picking up on that one point. Yes, we are reliant on gas. However, we also, in Yorkshire and Humber, we have the lowest CO2 footprint for our electricity of any part of England. Scotland's even lower because they've got a lot more wind turbines. And the only gas, sustainably generated electricity is the cheapest form of energy in this country, right here, right now. And the only reason that it's so high at domestic prices is because we're pegged to the price of Russian and Arab gas that is imported into our country, and we pay a premium for our electricity. That's just a snapshot of some of the details and the intricacies that need to be considered. People can say that there are opinions around climate change. There may be opinions. However, most people would agree there is only one science. And the science is we are going to overshoot 1.5 and we need to do more and we need to do faster. However, at the same time, we are in a country which is slightly beleaguered, needs to generate revenue, needs to generate prosperity. And that is the thing that really matters to many, many people. And irrespective of your views on climate change, irrespective of how involved you are, how believing you are, everybody wants to stay warm, everybody wants to get fed, everybody wants a home that they can live in and is heated affordably. It's important as a city we acknowledge what we get right. You know, we want to be a city where you don't need a car, maybe even a car without a private number plate, Lord Mayor. But we get things like, you know, lack of buses in rural areas, £22 average subsidy for using the Burrell bikes. And we have to get these things right and make the options that people have got right. So what I would say is please keep on discussing the stuff in detail and then take it into our communities with our councillors to come out with clear policies that deliver the skills, the jobs, the savings and the prosperity so we can all go, do you know what, we're a better, more sustainable, and by being sustainable I mean in terms of climate, but also in terms of fiscally, city and region. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hartbrook. Councillor Carlisle.
Lord Mayor, friends, many thanks to all those working so hard in this field, councillors, officers, partners, volunteers, trying to build a sustainable city together. Brilliant stuff. But I am really sorry. Global climate records keep toppling. Extreme weather events are becoming the norm. Yet collectively across the world, we, humanity, are acting like we don't give a shit. We cannot let polite
Please
etiquette
do mind your language.
hold us back. We must talk bluntly and honestly. The social, political and economic systems of our time are rigged against us and against a positive, sustainable future. Neoliberalism, obsessive growth economics, rampant consumer capitalism. This isn't to take anything away from the good local work underway. Our A-grade rating from the Climate Disclosure Project speaks volumes. We are playing our part. But we, humanity, are failing badly. How have we got here? It's a lifetime, literally, since the birth of environmental politics. The first World Climate Conference was in 1979 when I was in nappies. There were grounds for optimism in those early days, lots of consensus and cooperation. But perhaps, inevitably, it wasn't to be. My first memory of environmental politics was one of the delegates at the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio, weeping on stage with despair. Fast forward to our current age of drill, baby drill, and we are going backwards. Just like the debate on smoking, big vested interests have successfully smudged the issue, sown doubt, and screwed everything up. There's an academic called Jem Bendall in Lancaster. His writing is getting a lot of traction. He argues in the coming years, civilizational collapse, that is, the end of our current social and economic systems, is inevitable. He argues that global catastrophe is likely and that human extinction is possible. Stark, sobering stuff. You might shrug this off, that's your call. But if this is true, even partially, what's the appropriate response? Perhaps our first task, all of us, is to grieve, to undertake an emotional, psychological journey, to come to terms with what we, humanity, have done and where we're heading. And against this backdrop, can we at least understand the anger of many environmental activists, even if it flies against established politics and breaks our codes of polite etiquette? When I was growing up, I didn't understand the notion of rage against the machine, the aim of a 90s punk rock band, but I think I do now. We need to plough on. We are overseeing really positive climate work here in Leeds, and every step towards a sustainable future fractionally increases the chance that we dodge the bullet and scrape through. And if we do, I'll happily buy every one of you a planet-friendly drink. But let's not kid ourselves. The challenge
You're on red
is
line,
monstrous.
Councillor Carlyle.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for next time, please do remember on your words, and always remember to be kind with your words. We're all professionals here, so should our words as well. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Dye to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So in summing up, I will try and pick up on a lot of the points that have been made today, but I'm pretty sure that red light will appear before I get through most of what I want to say. So I'll get started and we'll see how far I get. Please be assured that I have been scribbling down lots of notes throughout all the discussions. So they are all things that I will look at after today's meeting. So I'm going to start by thanking people who contributed, and particularly Councillors Ali and Ray. Well done on your maiden speeches, really, really impressive. Good to hear about a lot of the work that's happening in the city. So we heard about the Leeds pipes, the air quality work, Councillor Rafiq as well, summing up a whole range of different things that the city's doing. We are doing an awful lot, and as Councillor Carlyle said, the A-grade rating is proof of that. That's come externally to judge us as a council, and it's saying that we are doing really, really good work. So all those examples, I think, are something that we can be really proud of as a city. Looking at some of the comments, Councillor Anderson, that you made, I think we would struggle to get everything into a shorter than 3-hour meeting. I think your comments on workshops are really valid. We revamped the workshops this year because we thought we could make improvements from last year. And I do agree, I think we haven't quite got it right, and that's something that we will go back and look at. It's a way of striking the balance. I think you said that yourself. And the suggestion that we publish recommendations, I think, is a good one. In terms of the complementary work that SEAC and scrutiny does, I think that's true, and that's certainly something that perhaps we could look to develop more. Moving on to Councillor Buckley, I did think at times your comments were really quite insulting, and you've heard a couple of people throw the trendy waffle back at you, and I was going to do that as a kind of retort to that, but I just think perhaps the comments you made about the report didn't need to be made. They weren't accurate, and I thought they were quite insulting at times. A couple of you mentioned the climate deniers and how do we get the message across. I think a lot of the data says that most people do believe that climate change is a real threat and it's something that we need to take action on. So I think we can take positivity from that. But as a general kind of comms message, I think there is an awful lot of work to be done. And part of the work that I mentioned that the Council is joining with other organisations like Climate Action Leeds and the Climate Commission is addressing that. And in fact, it's on our workshop topics for later on in the year, because it is something that we need to get right. If we're going to bring everybody across as a city, we need to make sure that we're all
Sorry, Councillor
on the
Dye,
same page.
your time is up now.
There you go. I got
But
about
thank
halfway
you
through.
very much. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, I will now call for the vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. Agenda item number 12, minutes of the Health and Wellbeing Board and the Executive Board. I will now be moving on to the item to receive and comment upon the minutes. I will now call on our leader, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Flint.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Health and Wellbeing Board, Councillor Maloney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I welcome the latest annual Migrant Health in Leeds report that went to Health and Wellbeing Board, and I want to highlight the importance of making sure migrant voices are heard in our healthcare decision-making processes. According to the 2021 census, 27% of Leeds residents are of an ethnic minority background, highlighting the rich diversity of our city. Our migrant communities in Leeds bring a wealth of experiences and perspectives that are invaluable in shaping effective health services. Including their voices ensures that our policies and programmes are truly reflective of their needs. One of the significant steps that the report sets out is empowering migrants to participate in decision-making processes. By involving them, we gain deeper insights into the challenges they face and can develop more responsive solutions. For example, work being carried out with our Roma communities and the grants provided to address emerging health needs have been instrumental in fostering trust and collaboration. The report notes that engaging migrant communities in decision-making has led to significant increases in the uptake of health services due to targeted health campaigns through family support services, health awareness training and the provision of translation services in primary care settings. We can see the positive impact of initiatives like this with notable increases in the attendance at cancer screening appointments amongst migrant communities. It's also crucial that we continue to support voluntary and community sector partners who advocate for migrant communities. Their work is essential in bridging gaps and ensuring that migrants feel heard and supported. Effective partnerships with voluntary organisations have seen the needs of migrant communities championed, providing support, building trust and influencing policy. I'm proud that we have a number of organisations and projects like this in my ward of Beaton and Holbeck, which myself and my ward colleagues are proud to support. We also have the fantastic Beeston Festival, and I'm very proud to sit on the committee, which not only celebrates the rich cultural diversity of our community, but also provides vital information amongst a huge variety of stalls. It's a testament to the community's dedication to ensuring that migrants and refugees feel welcome and included in our city. Ensuring migrant voices are heard is about inclusion. It's also key to building a more responsive and effective healthcare system. I hope to see this work continue to listen, learn and act on the insights shared by our migrant communities. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to speak about the work to overcome the barriers accessing health services for migrants in Leeds, outlined in the Leeds Migrant Health Board annual report. This is a significant challenge. The report highlights that migrants often face difficulties navigating the healthcare system, which can deter them from seeking necessary healthcare. I'm glad that it also sets out how Leeds has made significant strides in meeting this challenge and improving access to healthcare for our migrant communities. One of the notable successes has been the implementation of culturally appropriate services and strategies. Language barriers significantly impact migrants' ability to access healthcare services, with many reporting difficulties in understanding medical terminology and communicating with healthcare providers. The provision of interpretation services has been invaluable in bridging this barrier, ensuring that migrants receive the care they need without misunderstandings. We also have great examples of work to improve access for migrants across the city. Through the Leeds Health Awareness Service, training programs have been provided for migrants to help them understand local services, improving their awareness of health services and their ability to navigate the city confidently. Another key area of focus has been to work to improve cancer outcomes for migrant communities, with the NHS health inequalities funding, crucial health messages have been promoted, and attendance at screening appointments encouraged. This targeted approach ensures that migrants receive the preventative care they need, and there has been a significant increase in cancer screening attendance amongst migrant communities in the city. Ultimately, this important work is saving lives. However, despite these advancements, many migrants still face difficulties which can deter them from seeking the help they need. It's imperative that we continue our efforts to make healthcare more accessible, addressing issues such as housing and health, which are closely intertwined. As some of these projects have successfully demonstrated, we must recognise the unique needs of our migrant population and tailor our services accordingly. This approach not only benefits the individuals directly, but also contributes to the health and well-being of our community. Accessible services are a cornerstone of our healthy, inclusive society. Let's continue to work together to ensure that all members of our community, regardless of their background, can access the health care they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The scrutiny board that I chair recently had a report on hate crime, Lord Mayor, and one of the things that we wanted to make sure happened as a consequence of that discussion was that we didn't just see it as somebody else's problem, and that if we had a wider understanding of where hate incidents take place, for instance, then we can make sure that none of us are bystanders, and that, for instance, those of us who are employers take a responsibility to ensure that hate crime doesn't happen within the workplace, for instance. So I was encouraged that the Health and Wellbeing Board recognised the difficult situation that many of our healthcare and care professionals have, as there is a far higher ratio than the general population in terms of those who are employed in our caring services. And recent riots, for instance, that occurred that were whipped up by right-wing agitators has made them feel particularly unsure of their place in British society and as people who play a very important role within our British social care and health systems. So it was very encouraging to see that being recognised at the Health and Wellbeing Board, and I was very encouraged that the LTHT, for instance, were taking that very seriously. And it's a reminder for all of us that we should be making sure that wherever we work, we are an ally for people who face hate, and we make sure that it becomes a concern of those who are our employers. The second thing I wanted to raise, Lord Mayor, is around the new hospital, because of course we did have a debate not too long ago, and we all wrote off to Rachel Reeves as the Chancellor to encourage her to look kindly upon us in terms of funding the building of our new hospital, considering that it was prepared and ready to go. I have to say I was disappointed with the tone of the letter that came back. I'll leave others to comment further upon it. But what I will say is that for all those who do want to participate in trying to make it happen in the city, there is currently an exhibition touring the city, which has been put on by the Leeds Teaching Hospitals Trust, which is all about them and their planning application, because they still want to put the planning application in, even if they haven't actually got the go-ahead in terms of saying you've got the money. And the more people that can positively endorse that planning application will be a demonstration, I think, of the need for the people in the city to have that new hospital built for us. So I would encourage every councillor to
you're
go
on
out
red
and
light now,
encourage
Councillor
their
Galton.
constituents to join in.
Thank you very much. Okay. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to speak on the Health and Wellbeing Board minutes and to welcome the progress being made through collaborative efforts with the Synergy Leeds partnership. As anyone here who has had lived personal or family experience of, or worked for any length of time within the mental health sector will testify, the need for greater societal parity between mental and physical health is urgent. I strongly welcome the proactive commitment behind the partnership to improving resident experiences, and the emphasis on listening to the needs of communities. For too many residents and communities, good mental health and well-being seem a distant dream enjoyed by people elsewhere. The gaps in lived experiences and life expectancy between and within communities collectively shame us, and government policies of the last decade have widened existing inequalities. I particularly welcome the priority the Synergy Leeds partnership puts on reducing ethnic inequalities in access to mental health support since being signed in 2021, points which my friends Councillor Maloney and Councillor Jenkins made very effectively. Too often different minority communities are overrepresented in crisis admissions and detention under the Mental Health Act, and especially where different circumstances and identities intersect. This partnership has made significant and welcome strides, including by engaging and working with health and community leaders to address and understand all forms of racism, develop work within acute mental health settings, and develop community responses to increased risk of mental ill health. I welcome the work with local communities and support the grassroots initiatives through the All Age Grants programme, which builds community capacity, reduces stigma, and improves access to early intervention. The most effective interventions meet people where they are and act on their lived experiences, as this partnership is doing. Across the city, over 1,200 residents have benefited from the grants programme within the first 2 years, with more than 6,000 people engaging with projects. This partnership between the NHS, council and the local community and voluntary sectors, spanning across 50 local organisations, is essential for the development of effective prevention and intervention measures. Persistent poor health blights the lives of too many people, places strain on our public services and holds back economic growth. To coin a phrase, we really are all in this together, and it should even pass that most exacting of tests, the Buckley Trendy Waffle test. This mutually supportive work between statutory and voluntary organisations, the sharing of good practice and knowledge citywide, and enhancing the quality and depth of conversations about racism, discrimination and inequality are all essential if we are to build the kind of mental health services our residents and communities want.
Thank you very much. Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Today I'd like to, on the Health and Wellbeing Board minutes, comment on minute 21, pharmacy provision in Leeds. What a depressing report regarding the closure of pharmacies in Leeds, exacerbated by the disastrous policies of Rachel Reeves. So much for improving the services of the health service. This makes matters much worse. So far, it is stated that as of recently, 5 out of 130 pharmacies in Leeds have submitted notices of closure, but how many more have been added to the list since then? Pharmacies will struggle due to the increase in national insurance and the increase in the national living wage. In November 2024, pharmacy representative bodies warned that the effect of the budget would cost them £200 million per year. 70% of pharmacy owners are concerned about the impact of this ridiculous policy on patient safety. They have warned that this may limit opening hours, never mind reducing important services such as smoking cessation support and emergency contraception. On top of this, there is the possibility of withdrawal of free home deliveries for prescriptions. How is the withdrawal of free home deliveries going to affect patients who are unable to pick up their prescriptions and cannot afford to pay for this service? All this on top of taking away people's winter fuel allowance. The Labour Party goes on about saving our NHS, but enacts these ludicrous policies which makes it worse. 8 pharmacies in England are closing every week, according to Health Watch England. Rural and outer areas which already have fewer GPs per head of population and the elderly are more likely to be affected by these closures. It mentions in minute 21 that a consultation on changes to pharmacy provision was currently open and was held online with some non-digital submission methods available on request, but this was limited to resource constraints. How many people did this consultation reach? Does it give a true picture of the actual number of submissions that were made due to, as it says, limited to resources constraints? Of course it doesn't. What a mess this all is, all brought about by the Chancellor's incompetence and mismanagement of the economy. Rachel Reeves, who swanned off to China, leave the country in a state of economic mess. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Okay, we've now run out of time for other speakers. I will now call on Councillor Venner to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, before I move on to summing up the Health and Wellbeing Board minutes, in my equalities role, I wanted to say to Councillor Neil Buckley that I think referring to the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer as Rachel from Accounts is disrespectful in the extreme. I do not believe you would have referred to a male Chancellor in that way, and we need to call out sexism when it occurs in this chamber. Yeah, and now I've got men shouting at me. Thank you to all the speakers on the Health and Wellbeing Board minutes. It is always a privilege to chair the Health and Wellbeing Board, but this meeting was particularly inspiring. Not that you would have a sense of how uplifting and positive the meeting was if you listened to Councillor Lynn Buckley, who was not in fact there. We had reports from the Migrant Health Board and we had a report of the Synergy Project. And a number of the speakers and these reports have touched on how our work in the city commits us to the principles of diversity and inclusion. I am proud that we are demonstrating a commitment that reaches beyond ambition to the actual delivery of services on the ground and tangible changes being made. As Councillor Galton referred to, we had a very important discussion at the beginning of the meeting about the uprise in far-right racism over the summer, the impact that had on our workforce and the important actions that employers across the health and care workforce are taking to support staff. Councillor Maloney and Jenkins, thank you for your comments on the Migrant Health in Leeds report and for emphasising the importance of ensuring migrant voices are heard in our healthcare decision-making processes. I am proud that we are a compassionate city that is dedicated to being a city of sanctuary and that I am leading the process of us becoming a local authority of sanctuary. This means we recognise inequalities around legal status, nationality, race, ethnicity, poverty, language, gender, how these intersect and how they impact on people's ability and opportunity to access services and support. Councillor Edwards, thank you for highlighting the Synergy Leeds Partnership's progress in addressing ethnic inequalities in mental health. Synergy is inspiring, it's award-winning, it takes a preventative approach to keeping people mentally healthy, it challenges stigma and discrimination, and as Councillor Edwards said, it primarily works to reduce the overrepresentation of people from particular diverse communities in psychiatric inpatient wards. The partnership has started to see an impact on reducing the number of people from Asian and Black ethnic groups being detained in mental health psychiatric units in crisis. Synergy is rightly proud of that and rightly proud of the relationships forged across culturally diverse groups, communities and organisations. This includes our committed and effective third sector organisations who are fantastic advocates and allies for migrant and diverse communities. It's also another great example of our willingness as a city to work with our partners to tackle barriers to change, which in this area can include people being reluctant to have conversations about race for fear of getting it wrong. And by placing the voice of people with lived experience at the heart of our work, we are supporting a cultural shift to more progressive conversations about racial equality and racial justice. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Venner. Right, moving to Executive Board now, Economy, Transport and Sustainable Development. I will call on Councillor Layton, and it's your maiden speech as well.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm absolutely delighted to be making my maiden speech on one of the most important strategies the Council has. As someone who's been working in technology for nearly 30 years and someone who's employed hundreds of people locally in Leeds, I feel very passionately about the subject of skills and talent. One of our most basic aims is to ensure that growth within the city is beneficial to all who live here. Growth is fantastic, but not if particular groups are left behind. I was pleased when reading the report to see the work that had been undertaken across the 9 big ideas. And I'd like to specifically focus on the talent and skills strand, which revolves around our future talent plan. As an employer, we're working hard to ensure our own recruitment processes are as inclusive as they can be, and our new recruitment processes are designed to encourage diversity amongst our workforce. We know that the work we've already undertaken in this area puts us in a strong position when it comes to the Employment Rights Bill. And our HR department will ensure our policies and practices are updated to reflect the further welcome changes that will be in the bill. Our Employment and Skills Service continue to support people to find work, training, apprenticeships, education opportunities. The latest figures show that over 13,500 people access the service, with over 3,000 being helped into work and over 4,000 improving their skills. And of course, we became the first local authority to receive an outstanding Ofsted judgment for the service under the new inspection framework. We also held a series of annual careers fairs, including the Send Next Choice event with over 2,000 people attending, the Leeds Digital Careers Fair with over 4,002 people attending, the Creative Skills Festival with over 2,700 people attending, and of course the Leeds Apprenticeship Recruitment Fair, the largest of its kind in the whole of the north of England with over 11,000 people attending. Part of the Future Talent Plan is addressing skills shortages in key areas, and these include health, digital and green economy. We continue to work with our partners such as Learning Partnerships and PATH to support residents, and in particular from those in our priority neighbourhoods to access employment opportunities or the skills needed to gain employment in these areas. Lord Mayor, I hope everyone can see how committed we are to focus on this agenda, and I hope to see the good work continuing in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Layton. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I just start by actually addressing part of one of the comments Councillor Venner made about my colleague here, and this is on behalf of all men. When Philip Hammond was the Chancellor, you on that side used to refer to him as Spreadsheet Phil.
Oh.
I am proud.
Yes. Yes.
What do you mean, no, you didn't? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Oh, yes, you did.
Okay,
Anyway.
members, let's have one meeting. Let's have one meeting, please, members. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Can I go on? Thank you.
Yes, please.
Right, in respect of actually this inclusive growth, looking back to see how successful or otherwise it's been. In paragraph 2 of the report, it states that public sector needs to be more enterprising. The challenge I'd put back to you is there was nothing in the report as to how you're going to improve productivity. The one thing that's holding back your government at the moment is actually productivity. You know, Rachel Reeves, as the Chancellor, has highlighted she wants growth. One of the things that's holding us back, particularly in the public sector, productivity. So what are you going to do to actually address productivity, to improve that? We gave all the money to the NHS without putting any productivity gains to come on it so it could be used more constructively. Now, WICA actually ran a workshop, a business workshop, where they set out a spreadsheet, talking about that, and a whole raft of other presentations setting out the goods and the bad in the West Yorkshire economy and where productivity was a problem and where it needed to be addressed. I respectfully suggest I think maybe something should be presented to Council so they could understand exactly, those of us who were present at that could learn from that, because we can learn a lot from what WICA presented to us all. In terms of the policy context section and the administration, are the administration confident that they're actually going to be able to deliver on their objectives now? Because again, the Chancellor has stifled the chances of growth, particularly in terms of what's going to happen with devolution. How is that going to impact the Council? Is that going to stifle it? Because I know that there's all been I was at a debate last week and Dyer was there as well, when we were talking about the impact of devolution on Yorkshire and Humber. And there isn't total satisfaction and political consensus on what's going to happen here. So are we sure how we're going to get inclusive growth in terms of that? So to sum up where I'm coming from, as I said earlier, the bus services, we're not going to get inclusive growth with the bus services that we've got. It's going to be 2028, to repeat it again.
You're on red light now, Councillor Anderson. Sorry. Your time is up.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now call on Councillor Pryor. Sorry, other members, we've run out of time. Councillor Pryor, to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to sum up such a long debate here in Council on inclusive growth. First of all, Councillor Layton, a fantastic maiden speech. And I agree with you, absolutely. This is one of the most important strategies we have as a council. We know how important growth is to the whole city. And all growth across the UK is local growth somewhere. But Councillor Layton was absolutely right that unless that growth carries everyone with it, then what's the point? We want growth for the city to improve things for the residents of Leeds, and that's exactly why the Future Talent Plan and the Inclusive Growth Strategy is so important. I also agree with Councillor Layton that there's been some incredibly impressive work done by council officers. The Leeds Apprenticeship Fair, if you haven't been to it, I really recommend going. The largest in the north of England with 11,000 attendees. It's phenomenal, and they do an incredible job at getting people into jobs. I'm so proud that our Employment Skills Service has been rated outstanding, one of the few in the country, and it just shows that getting people into work and getting people into good jobs is at the heart of what we do as a council. Councillor Anderson, a slightly different speech, and pretty rich to criticise Rachel, who, aside from being the first female Chancellor, is also, in her own right, come in as a Chancellor at a phenomenally difficult time economically. We've got not only the £22 billion black hole left by the previous government, but actually the previous government is more than that. The 14 years you were in power was the longest period of low growth for such a period. So when we're talking about productivity and we're talking about the challenge that Rachel needs to meet, the challenge she needs to meet is the mess that you lot left after 14 years. And additionally, when Barry talks about, well, will you meet your ambitions to get the buses sorted by 2028? What you're saying is, are you going to be able to fix our mess by 2028? Come on, hurry up. Yes, it will take time to fix the mess that your lot left. But we are just going to have to get through that period as Rachel deals with everything you've left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pryor. I will now call on Councillor Lewis to sum up, please.
Thank you. I think I've got Councillor Pryor's contribution to sum up, but I won't repeat what Councillor Pryor said, but I will give Councillor Barry Anderson some advice, because I think he is in need of it. You know, I'm incredibly proud of Councillor Venner and my 5 female colleagues on Executive Board. I remember when your party was in control of this place for 6 years, it was an all-male Executive Board. So And My advice is quite simple. We've talked about it before around prejudice and being allies to people in this council chamber. And sometimes the best thing is it's not to tell people, it's not to tell women in this council chamber they don't understand misogyny and sexism. The best thing is to listen to women when they say what sexism and misogyny is. And I would just leave Councillor Anderson with that advice and move the minutes. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lewis. Right, I will now call for the vote on the motion to receive the minutes. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Okay, I will now call for your lunch break. And it's 15:45 now. Normally it would have been half an hour, but you all have not been really good, so it's down to 20 minutes now. So can you come back at, I would say, 4:10, if that's okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Just before we start on our white paper, I would just like to note and say a huge thank you to everyone here in terms of your response to the email that was sent out by Councillor Hayden. And I will give you 1 minute to respond, and I mean a minute. Thank you.
As the Lord Mayor said, I sent the email out on Friday. Thank you to everyone who, you didn't have to get back to me, but those who did, everyone who shared. I saw Councillors Hesselwood and Holroyd sharing on Facebook. Councillor Dixon shared on Leeds Place. That's very brave, well done. I just want to share and say a huge thank you, because we can no longer have people write into that email address anymore, because nearly I'm getting emotional. Nearly 700 people have emailed to offer their kidney. And that is amazing. So there'll be comms going out again today. If you have a look on Look North, the doctor and myself and Janine, the social worker, she's speaking on The World at 1 at 5:20. But it was a real example of how fabulous this city is. The entire city came together. There was somebody from Australia got in touch to offer their kidney. So the hospital will spend now quite a few months sifting through, and we want to encourage people now to go onto the general kidney donor register, and we'll keep raising awareness. But a huge thank you from me, from the whole Children and Families team. From Jack, he knows there's an appeal, but he doesn't yet know that. But when he does, he will know that hundreds of thousands of people are supporting him and are caring for him, and that's worth the world, isn't it? So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayden, and thank you to each and every one of you. Okay. Agenda item number 13, the white paper on adult social care. Councillor Anderson, over to you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Before I start, I'm not an advocate of social media, but I think what Councillor Hayden has outlined there is a great example of when it actually does work, and that's the kind of thing it should be used for. You must all be so disappointed by the Labour government. You've waited 14 years on the opposition benches. 14 years for what? A worse NHS, worse treatment of old people, worse economic projections than anybody can remember. Same old Labour, same old song. 14 years where you've had time to sit there and think really hard about adult social care and how to resolve the issues of funding care in old age, and not to forget younger adults as well. And what have you come up with? Nothing at all. Not one think tank report in all that time. No new ideas at all. All you do is trash any ideas that come from any other political party, because you think you know it all. You are the only ones who can solve anything. Well, you've just proved, if proof were needed, that you're empty vessels making lots of noise. 14 years and kicking the can down the road. The timescales are far too long. Nobody can wait that long. Meanwhile, the costs go up and more people are let down. The impact of the national living wage and the employer's national insurance contributions will break the sector. If local authorities were to increase the fees paid to providers to cover the extra costs, they would need to spend an additional £2 billion on adult social care in commissioning for the year 2025-26. This would quickly swallow up almost all the extra funding that councils will receive. You may be aware, and if you are not, you need to be, that former and respected councillor Kim Groves, who now chairs Third Sector Leeds, is calling on the Chancellor to exempt the voluntary, community and social enterprise sector from increased national insurance costs. There's something you could do. Get behind Kim in the Third Sector and lobby the Chancellor. That would help neighbourhood networks if those costs were put upon them. Let's turn to the neighbourhood networks. We are on their side, but where are you? In the words of Delia Smith, and I won't try a Norwich accent, I'll leave that to Councillor Leigh. Let's be having you. Show some empathy. Suffolk, oh, I am sorry. I withdraw that remark. Sorry, Councillor Lane. We've heard from Dawn from Armley Helping Hands, who led the delegation earlier. She spoke so eloquently as part of the delegation today on behalf of the neighbourhood networks. We need to get behind them. You should be increasing their funding, not decreasing it. There's so much you could be doing here. As I've said before, and I'll say it again, it's about choices. Choices where to spend the taxpayers' money in Leeds. We are talking about 140,000. Surely you can find a way not to cut that from the neighbourhood networks. We have plenty of ideas if you come and talk to us. You've run out of ideas, so come and speak to us. We'll help you. Please speak to the Integrated Commissioning Board and find the extra money for the neighbourhood networks. They save the NHS a fortune. If you cannot make the case for the neighbourhood networks, shame on you. We were approached by the Chief Officer of the Leeds Care Association. The anxiety being felt across that sector is beyond distressing. They are deeply concerned as to how they're going to keep going due to the financial burdens being placed on them by this government. So even if you don't listen to us, at least listen to the third sector. They did not expect to be let down by this Labour government. Get your act together.
You're
and
on red
start
light
listening.
now, Councillor.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Lord.
very much. Thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I just add my group's congratulations to Ed and formally welcome him to the Council, and then having abused my time, I'll second the motion and reserve my right to speak, please.
Thank you. Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have to say, I can't, what's the word? I can't criticise your chutzpah, Councillor Anderson, to bring a white paper on adult social care and try and lay all the blame at the door of the Labour Party after 14 years of national government under the Conservatives. It's just, I'm in admiration of you, I have to say. Anyway, Lord Mayor, I will just say, for the people of Leeds, and actually who are representative of the people nationally, they've all wanted the care system to be sorted for a very long time. They've all been affected by having relatives, and sometimes, as we're getting older, ourselves, becoming subject to a system which is completely dysfunctional and can destroy people's lives because services become too expensive or they're just not there when you need them. And we've been needing that refresh of our care system for a long time, and it's one of the reasons why the Liberal Democrats have mentioned in our amendment donut. And Lord Mayor, I note your comments about expletives earlier in the meeting. We have made sure that ours are written rather than spoken, because we had to include one, because that's how angry Mr Dillnut was that his recommendations that he delivered in 2011 still remain undelivered by anybody in a position of authority. And yes, at some point, that was partly part of the coalition. Thank you for reminding me, Councillor Finnegan. You're always very helpful in these
can we have
matters.
one meeting, please? Thank you.
But of course, since then, we have had 5 Prime Ministers that have all promised to sort it out. And they have all thought it was far easier than it was. And that's why they haven't delivered a single improvement over time. The only thing that we've actually got out of the Conservative government is the fact that they've delivered the social care precept, which actually effectively puts a cap on our ability to actually deliver proper services at the rate that they're needed. So it's with great regret, therefore, that when the Labour government was campaigning at the general election and they talked about a national care service, and they've been talking about a national care service since Corbyn, which is a long time ago, isn't it, in collective memory, you would have thought that there'd be some system that they had thunk up, that they'd be able to implement quite rapidly. And unfortunately, it turns out that they haven't got a clue either how to sort out the care sector, above having a slogan called the National Care Service. So, Lord Mayor, we really do need to get it sorted. There are some really good solutions in the Liberal Democrat manifesto, but of course I appreciate that parties that, other than us might look at them with scepticism. But there is the ability within a year, as opposed to the 3 years which have been set by the Prime Minister, to actually get some consensus. And that is the thing that people want. They want all of the politicians to get round the table. They want sensible solutions put forward that we can all sign up to. And I think it's down to us to show the maturity to actually engage in that conversation and to do it within the year. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Galton. Councillor Downs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to second the amendment in the name of Councillor Galton and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Blackburn, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. When I first sat down and read the white paper, I thought there's lots of stuff in this I agree with, but there's something missing. There's the history of how we got to where we are now. As Councillor Galton mentioned, for 14 years we've had a government that, first of all, delivered austerity and made local councils' grants being cut drastically. So we had a sort of double whammy of social service costs going up and our budgets going down, and that was in the hands of those, the then chancellors in those governments. And then what we had is we had each Prime Minister, we had a few Prime Ministers, didn't we, who were Conservatives, one after the other. And they all seemed to say, oh, we're going to do something about social care. Well, good, get on with it. And what happened? Nothing. They kicked the can down the road. And now Labour comes along in a new government after the general election. And they say, oh, we're going to do something about where for change. Well, I might be a cynic, but it seems to me there's no change because you're just doing exactly what Conservatives done before and kick the can down the road. We need to get it sorted. We don't want something in 3 or 4 years' time. We need something now. And those resources need to come forward. And whatever the economic position, we need to do something drastically. Moving on to on a more local level, I mean, what we've had is we've had this undertaking in several years from the Labour government, but in the budget, the Chancellor then imposed national insurance contributions that actually up the costs of these mostly voluntary organisations that we support. They quite rightly put the wages up of these people because they deserve it, but that's another cost. But on the other end, where we put the money in, there is no extra money, and they're being cut. So we get a 10% cut. The second time in, I think, 3 years that they've had a 10%, 3 or 4 years, they've had a 10% cut, and the rest of the time, in recent history, the budget's been frozen. And you're squeezing the particularly neighbourhood networks so much that basically they're going to pop. And I'm concerned that some of the areas, particularly the smaller ones, this could be straw that breaks the camel's back. We need those organisations, and I'll just, those of us who were around on council when COVID was on, we know that the basis of a lot of the stuff that we did during that time, looking after people, were organised by neighbourhood networks. We need them, and our constituents need them. And we've got to find some way of funding that. So what I say to you is whatever happens today with this white paper motion, find some way to make sure the neighbourhood networks continue in their present form. I'll just say about a couple in my ward. I mean, I have part of my ward, the Wortley part of my ward, as Harmley Helping Hands, and Donna was led the deputation, heads that. And they've done remarkable things in my area, and I want to see that continue. And the smaller Farnley, New Farnley, and Moortop neighbourhood action group cover the Farnley side. But I want to see them there. I want to see them do more. And we can't do that. They can't do that without funding. So please, please, between now and when we do the budget, find some way of helping them out. And I move my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Now I know you're back. Okay, Councillor Cunningham, over to you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to second the amendment put forward by Councillor Blackburn and echo that this council also believes that the Labour government and Labour administration in Leeds are failing to prioritise the needs of vulnerable older residents. The potential Leeds City Council budget cuts would have drastic impacts on our neighbourhood networks. Leeds neighbourhood networks operate across Leeds, providing a whole range of services for our older and vulnerable citizens. In our respective wards, we all see on a daily basis the immense work that the neighbourhood networks deliver through a range of services and activities, including advocacy, social opportunities and health and wellbeing activities. In my own ward, Armley Helping Hands are at the forefront of delivery for services for our older adults. These services are not just helping to sustain people, but are also vital for the prevention of health and wellbeing deterioration. I have numerous examples of people who've approached me and I've made a call or an email to Armley Helping Hands and they've stepped in and prevented a potential hospital admission. During the pandemic, Armley Helping Hands provided vital support and very quickly adapted their ways of working to meet the needs of the community. This included food delivery, befriending calls and mental health first aid support. In fact, the then Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, celebrated Dawn Newsom, who we all applauded for her deputation earlier, as an unsung hero in her Leeds West Local Heroes competition, in recognition of her work as the Chief Executive of Armley Helping Hands during the COVID period. There are huge concerns about forthcoming council budget to impose further cuts upon the networks. Cutting budgets would mean a substantial decline to the income for the years ahead at a time when these services have never been more acute. The need for them, have never been more acute. The networks have grown and often work with partners within the third sector, NHS and others, to provide a whole range of often complex services. And as mentioned, these services help to sustain and can also prevent the need for hospital admissions. In my role as a nurse across the Leeds Teaching Hospital Trusts, hospital beds are still affected by social rather than medical admissions. If neighbourhood networks needed to reduce their input, demand would inevitably fall back onto other agencies or the local authority, and as a result have a negative impact upon the economic position of the public sector. I will continue to champion the work of the neighbourhood networks in our communities and continue to oppose any proposed cuts to funding for these vital services.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Arif.
Councillor Anderson, as the shadow lead member, I often find your contributions constructive, and I know you are genuinely committed to this agenda. Having said that, I find it absolutely astounding you have put your name to this white paper. Your white paper does not reflect the mess your government left behind for the benefit of this chamber. Let's have a little history lesson. 5 Prime Ministers, 7 Health Secretaries, Steve Barclay served twice, over 5,000 days in government. What was your government's legacy? It left behind a broken social care system. Cameron, May, Johnson, Truss and Sunak passed the buck at every opportunity. Under their watch, the system remained starved of resources whilst they focused on profit instead of delivery. Now, that is disappointing. Your white paper failed to reflect the reality of this administration and our new government support for older people. We are doing all we can to fix the mistakes of the last government and achieve a sustainable long-term policy solution for social care. It is understandable that those who have waited under the inactivity of the last government want the problem of social care underfunding that's plagued this country and its local authorities for years fixed quickly. But the Secretary of State isn't wrong to say that it's going to take time. It's important that the government listens to those involved in providing or receiving social care, including councils, and I note that the review has been welcomed by the LGA. The independence of Dame Louise Casey means the proposals won't be subject to party politics, and I'll remind you, colleagues, that the Conservatives said that they wanted a cross-party solution back in 2019. This government has already announced several reforms to upskill and retain workers and make greater use of digital technology, as well as an 86 million boost to the Disabled Facilities Grant, taking the annual total to 718 million. There will also be a first phase report to the review published next year recommending medium-term reforms. When it comes to this council's support for older people and our neighbourhood networks, we take great pride in the work undertaken by them, and we recognise the immense value they provide in our communities. As we heard earlier from Dawn Newsom, the investment by the council is the foundation of the neighbourhood networks. She isn't wrong. Over the years, we have shown our commitment by funding over £34.5 million to the network since 2010. Furthermore, we awarded a service agreement with the networks for a 5-year period and have since extended the agreement by a further 2 years in order to support the continuity of our networks. We will continue to work with them to support the invaluable work they do with our local communities. Councillor Anderson, our government has inherited a social care service that is in crisis. That is the legacy of your government for 14 years and over 5,000 days in government. We will get on with the job of fixing it. Lord Mayor, I propose the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arif. Councillor Venner.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Like Councillor Galton and Councillor Arif, I am amazed at the gall of Councillor Anderson to submit a white paper accusing the new government of kicking reform of social care into the long grass, when her own party did nothing but this for more than a decade. Let me remind members what the last government did, or more accurately did not do, on reforming social care. The Dilnot report, commissioned by the Coalition back in 2011, 14 years ago, recommended a cap on lifetime care costs, which was accepted by the government and made it into the 2014 Care Act. Implementing this was repeatedly delayed, postponed indefinitely in 2017, resurrected in 2021, postponed until 2025, and now, thanks to the black hole in the public finances left by Jeremy Hunt, the new government cannot afford to implement it. While this was in limbo in 2017, a junior minister at the Department of Health said in Parliament, "We cannot wait any longer, we need to get this done," and committed the government to a green paper being published by the end of the year. This was then delayed year after year. When elected, Boris Johnson promised to fix the crisis in social care once and for all. And shortly afterwards, he said he had an oven-ready plan for social care. Nobody has ever seen it. Maybe he left it in the fridge that he then went on to climb into. 2 years later, when Sajid Javid took over from Matt Hancock at the Department of Health in 2021, he promised that social care was one of the priorities for the government and that they were committed to a sustainable plan for adult social care with full proposals, a full plan, to be brought forward in 2021. We are still waiting. It is frankly ludicrous that Councillor Anderson is criticising the new government for doing the right thing in taking the time to develop a cross-party solution to reform social care, when all we got from the last government was lies, delays and broken promises over 14 wasted years. If Councillor Anderson wants to know why it is taking so long to reform social care, maybe she should ask one of the last 7 Secretaries of State for Health and Social Care from her own party, who did absolutely nothing about it. I second Councillor Arif's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Venner. I will now call in Councillor Downs. Yeah, you can come back now.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to look at this from a slightly different angle. I appreciate what's gone on in the past and what's going on now, and there is a financial implication. But that financial implication can be turned into economic benefit. Mike Padgham of the Independent Care Providers has basically said, if you invest in adult social care, you will get more back in return. And when you look at the social value of neighbourhood networks, they can turn every £1 spent to £7 worth of benefits. And when I was speaking earlier to the speaker at the beginning of the meeting, the deputation from Armley, she said that they've only just realised that the cut that they're going to have to make, that this means that they will have to release a driver. That driver they release will, if they want to provide the same service, the council will have to fund, and that council funding will actually equate to a whole month's worth of that driver's salary. So it will mean that the service will either go or be vastly reduced. And the concern that I have is when you look at the neighbourhood networks and the fantastic service they deliver, and in my ward there's Otley Action for Older People and AVSED, Airborough Voluntary Services, they both are really into the community and delivering many services, and some of that will either go or be the council in theory would have to spend more money to replace it. The whole point of having the third sector is they're efficient and they deliver better value for money. We mustn't underfund them, otherwise we devalue what we're doing. And it's basically a false economy as I see it. We've got an ageing population, and as more and more people are needing these neighbourhood networks, we need to be increasing that, or at least standing still. We're in a desperate situation whereby they had cuts 3 years ago. They're in contract at the moment, and we're talking about cutting the money into those contracts. It's a small amount of money in the overall budget, and I genuinely think that if we can find that money, put it back in, it will deliver far more than it will cut. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Downs. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've been here a long time, people would say far too long. Thank you, friends. It's your kind words that keep me going at this particular point. But it does get wearisome being here and hearing the same old arguments year after year after year. I've been here the best part of 25 years, and according to www.health.org.uk, the past 27 years have seen 2 government commissions, 1 shorter government commissioned review, 3 independent commissions, 5 white papers and 14 parliamentary committee inquiries onto social care reform. And here we are today, and all that we have is the Labour Party blame the Tories blame the Lib Dems, the Lib Dem blame the Labour Party, and we're in a great big vicious circle where none of you, and you're as part of the blame as well, Stuart, your group at this particular point, and I set aside any responsibility from anybody in this chamber, because you're all just having to apologise for your national leaders on this, because none of you will have that straight and honest discussion. You don't need till 2028. Wes Streeting is a gent who I think is serious about what he's trying to achieve. But you've had all these commissions, you've had white papers, you've had all sorts of things time and time again. What you do need is an honest discussion with the taxpayer that basically says you have 2 options here. You either pay more tax and you make sure it's an entirely free service, or you start to pay for it yourself. Now, nobody is prepared at this particular stage to have that honest discussion and debate with the British taxpayer, because all of them want better social care. There's no arguments at all about it. You can go around, knock on every door, they'll all say we want more and better social care. At the point where you're saying who's going to pay for it, then you will have all of this finger pointing about the rich or the wealthy or the multinationals or something along those lines. We need to have that honest discussion about what people's expectations are and what they're prepared to pay for. If not, come 2028, we'll be on another merry-go-round where I'll be here in another 25 years, God willing, saying the same old thing, and you lot blaming each other time and time again. We need some genuine change, and we need some honest discussion with the British electorate about a social care system that is appropriate and affordable. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Adult social care funding and delayed reform. After 14 years in opposition, one of Labour's promises in coming to power was to fix adult social care. And after coming to power, people have been shocked to discover, though I'm not so sure they will have been shocked to discover, that no plans existed at all. And all they've done is to launch dozens of consultations, reviews and task forces. The consultation on adult social care will not be completed until just before the next general election. This is an absolute dereliction of duty. And I know you can complain about 14 years of Tory rule, but I thought you were coming along to fix everything. And I know you're now going to say, oh, it's going to take time. But people are expecting something now, not in 2029. So apparently we are led to believe the first phase of the review will be reported in 2026, the second part in 2028. Will this timescale be adhered to? I'm not so sure about that. This means that no recommendations will be carried out until at least 2029. The first phase, reporting in 2026, states that it will set out a vision for adult social care with recommended measures and a roadmap to delivery, and will identify the critical issues facing adult social care and set out recommendations for effective reform. Why do we need to identify critical issues when we already know what they are? The second phase will look at the model of care needed to address the ageing population, how services should be organised to deliver this, and how best to create a fair and affordable social care system for all. In the meantime, the situation will only get worse, with an ever-increasing ageing population needing social care and putting an extra burden on care homes and the NHS. While the budget introduced measures to raise much-needed money for hard-pressed public services, in particular the NHS, social care was not so much left out in the cold as pushed right to the edge of a cliff. Because of the rise in the cost of living wage and the increase in national insurance, care homes will be put under increasing pressure and in cases will not be financially viable to remain open. Moving on to neighbourhood networks, the national insurance increase will affect 53% of the workforce. The national living wage will rise 6.7%, plus a 10% cut in funding will decimate the neighbourhood networks, including such outstanding organisations as Maycare and the Leeds Jewish Welfare Board. This will undoubtedly result in even more attendances at A&E and more people experience delayed discharges from hospital. Never mind the cost of the report itself. What a mess. Things are only going to get worse with all the delays waiting for the proposed recommendations to be published.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Mikulski.
Lord Mayor, Council, I was going to start off with some dates, but it's been mentioned several times now. 2011, the Dilnot Commission report on social care, recommendations made, nothing happened. Johnson's manifesto promised to fix the crisis in social care, nothing happened. Lord Mayor, I don't recognise the picture Councillor Anderson paints of this council's support for older people in Leeds in her white paper. Age-friendly Leeds is one of our best city priorities set out in the best council plan that underpins absolutely everything we do. We fund and work with Leeds Older People's Forum on a wide range of issues to improve the lives of older residents. We've partnered together on the Dementia-Friendly Leeds campaign with the Alzheimer's Society to ensure people living with dementia and their carers remain an active part of our city and they keep doing the things that they enjoy. The Forum's Friendly Communities team has several work programmes to keep older people connected and provide a platform for older people's voices, including the Age and Dementia Friendly Business Guide, the Come In and Rest scheme where businesses put up a notice to let older people know they can come in, sit down, catch their breath and without any obligation spend money. Age-friendly ambassadors, Wise Up to Ageism sessions and Age Proud campaign. Lunch clubs across Leeds have continued to be funded to support vital work of food provision and ongoing support for older people. Active Leeds offers a range of age-friendly activities at our leisure centres and in the community. Perhaps most importantly, we're working with the voluntary sector to look at how we can increase the uptake of pension credit, making sure that older people take up means-tested entitlements to support them to live in comfort. Lord Mayor, this council is focused on making Leeds the best city to grow old and in a place where people age well. Just as 70% of our inpatient acute beds in the NHS hospitals are occupied by older people. If only we had had a government in the past 14 years that maintained NHS estate as opposed to letting it fall apart like other public buildings have been left. If only we had had a government that built decent, suitable housing for older people, where instead we now see those older residents seeking accommodation in private rental sector, increasing the risk of homelessness. If only we had had a government that hadn't overseen a sharp rise in frailty and poverty in older people as a result of deliberate austerity policies. I will be supporting Councillor Rees' amendment.
Thank you, Councillor McCluskey. I'll call Councillor Lambin now.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the striking image I'm going to take from this meeting today is after the amazing deputation on behalf of the neighbourhood networks earlier, when this half of the chamber stood up to applaud what they had to say, and that half of the chamber sat. They'd stood up for other things, but they did not stand up to applaud the neighbourhood networks and the fantastic work that they do in this city. I think that will speak volumes to them and all the people that work in those networks. The other thing that sticks in my mind is the fact 2 executive members have spoken. Neither of them have done anything to address in their speeches the concerns that were raised by the deputation earlier. Neither of them. They've done lots to talk about the previous government, but they've done nothing to talk about the things they're responsible for. And what the deputation came to talk about was exclusively things that this council are responsible for and can do something about. And they have had nothing at all to say about things they can actually do something about. That's a disgrace. Now, we've had a lot of talk about history and advice through the meeting, and let's get our history right if we're going to talk history. The world didn't start in 2010. I will concede successive governments have failed on this issue. Going back to the previous Labour government, in fact, we're talking about black holes. I dispute entirely your 22 billion, but it's a matter of fact the last Labour government left a black hole of £150 billion, which the coalition first had to clean up. They then had to deal with COVID, which was the biggest single public spending intervention in the history of this country. And whatever your view of the situation that was left by the previous government, it is beyond doubt this government and Rachel Reeves have made it worse and continue to make it worse. The pressures they have put by putting up national insurance contributions, the attack on older people by taking away their winter fuel allowance and many other things are going to drive up costs. What we should be focusing on is actually protecting the neighbourhood networks, because they are the most cost-effective thing that we have in this city. The more money we spend on them, the less we have to spend on preventative services. They are telling us, I've met with many of them about this issue, and they are telling me if nothing changes, they will have to withdraw from services. That will increase the cost pressure on this council and the health service next door. Reverse the cut. It is the wrong thing to do. Engage properly with the neighbourhood networks. Show that you actually value them. Your words have been incredibly hollow today. Show that you value them, as we all do. They are a fantastic asset to this city. We should be investing more in them. They are the ultimate invest-to-save model in this city, not cutting their funding. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As Alan has just said, I think it's fair to say that all governments have been guilty of ignoring the coming or the present social care crisis. Councillor Finnegan, I thought, spoke the most sense anyone's spoken today, basically about what we're going to do in future about it. I'm not going to repeat anything what anybody said before, just a couple of things that I think just need to be emphasised. For all that the last Conservative government didn't do anything allegedly to improve social care or anything else, what they did do was announce a lifetime cap on client contributions to social care and a significant uplift in the capital restrictions that were applying at that particular point in time, which would have meant that people wouldn't have to sell their homes and all the various rest of it. Almost the first thing that the Labour government did was to reverse that decision. For whatever reason, okay, this administration, this city administration, also removed the voluntary cap on non-residential care costs and the subsidy for multiple home care workers just a couple of years ago. That wasn't an insignificant amount of money. It costs families thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds. And these are the most vulnerable families, or some of the most vulnerable families in the city. I've never heard any explanation of that other than there's a shortfall of funds. Every government says that. Every council says that. It's a political choice. And you made that political choice, and you'll be hearing about more political choices for the next 4.5 years, mark my words. So, as I said before, they weren't insignificant costs. Some families, including a man of my own constituency, who's an old friend and a veteran, who is consistently and constantly having to write to adult social care about being overcharged for the huge amounts of money he's paid for 2 care workers, who are very good, incidentally, to come round and help him and help his wife. Alan's mentioned the neighbourhood networks. I won't labour the point. Labour the point being the operative word, except to say that this is the second 10% reduction in the amount of money that we pay to the neighbourhood networks in the last 2 years. I think we heard enough about them before to know exactly what they provide. These neighbourhood networks are our first line of defence against social isolation and all the other aspects of going old. And all I would say to you is just be honest for a change, you know. We're all as guilty as one another, basically, about this. Let's do something about it. Listen to what Councillor Finnegan says. Let's get on with it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Right, I will now call on Councillor Anderson to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for your contributions this afternoon. Councillor Galton, I think you've got a very short memory. Your party were in coalition with us for 5 years, from 2010 to 2015. That's very convenient for you to forget that. You also never even mentioned the neighbourhood networks at all, but at least Councillor Downs did. We need to work cross-party in the city to try and come up with some ways to increase the funding by thinking outside the box. I don't think national government are doing anything anytime soon, but we have all of us in the city, we have the city at heart and we want the best for our residents. None of the amendments have any ideas in them, so that is a real shame. At least Councillor Blackburn and Councillor Cunningham articulated the great work that the neighbourhood networks do. I'm going to be partisan for a moment and just praise the work of Opal in LS16 and Otley Action for older people who look after residents in Addle and Wharfdale. The work they put in and day out by the staff and the volunteers is difficult to calculate in monetary terms, but it is huge. It's a massive saving to the NHS, and we would be so much poorer as a city without them, but that's the reality that we are facing. I think Labour are being very manipulative to suit their aims. You've also had 5,000 days to sit there and think of some ideas. And Baroness May, when she was Prime Minister, did actually come up with a reasonable plan for a lifetime cap on the amount that could be spent on care, but you all trashed it at the time. And I think actually if you read that, you will see that it wasn't a bad idea. Don't pretend that you are happy to work cross-party when you're not. Let's all try and control what we can have control of locally and agree that we can start to fund the neighbourhood networks properly. Then we can move on to stage 2 and sort something else out. I'm not hearing anything from the government that gives me any hope. Councillor McCluskey quite rightly called out all the great things that we do across the city, and we do. But on the back of the budget, these third sector organisations will be on their knees, and that's the point. Councillor Lamb quite rightly queried your commitment, and we were amazed that you could not bring yourselves to stand up for the delegation. It's not a good look. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you, members, for all your contributions on the white paper. I will now call on the vote. I'll call for the vote on the amendment in the name of Councillor Galton. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. Okay, I will now call for the vote on the second amendment in the name of Councillor Blackburn. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. I will call for the vote on the third amendment in the name of Councillor Arif. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. I will now call for the vote on the substantive motion. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is also carried. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 14, the white paper on WASPI. Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In bringing this white paper forward, it does seem a little bit like Groundhog Day, seeing as we've discussed this matter in Council in 2016 and in 2017. But I think it's worth bringing back to Council for further consideration based on recent events. Before I move on to the WASPI women directly, I think what has happened to these particular women brings into focus the erosion, if you want to call it that, of the unwritten post-war consensus and the relationship between citizen and state. I think the finest achievement of the post-war Labour government was the formation of the welfare state, and part of that was that covenant that people would be protected and looked after in retirement through national insurance. A brilliant achievement. But I think what we've seen over decade and decade and decade is no correlation at all now between national insurance and what it was set out to achieve 60 years ago and what it's become, which is a tax. It's a tax. In all but name, it's a tax. I think the fact it's still called national insurance allows governments of all persuasions to get away with murder in the name of its national insurance. Let's call it what it is. It's become a tax. And because the correlation has gone and the gap has widened between what people can reasonably expect on retirement and what the state are now offering, the whole question of national insurance needs to be reviewed. And you could argue that the WASPI women are actually, in fact, just one part of society who's seen their aspirations and their understanding of what a pension in later life would bring, because it's changed for everybody. When I started work at 16, I had no idea I'd be still going till I was 67 if I'm spared, but that's the reality of the modern world. But what makes the WASPI women's case so singular is the fact that these are women, often in low-paid jobs, often in insecure jobs, often also bringing up families. And the holy grail for them, the touching distance holy grail, was their pension that they were going to get at a certain age. And that's been denied them. Now, people will argue and do, well, it's the same for all sorts of groups. But I do think the fact that this particular cohort of women have been affected in this way is particularly telling, because it does shine a light on that discrepancy between what the state offered us all as young people and what they're going to deliver for us. I also think that it really does bring into sharp contest the role of government and successive governments, because there has to be a correlation again between state and parliament. And when the government are saying, actually, there's been an ombudsman decision. An ombudsman is an independent arbiter who decides upon a complaint, and they've decided the WASPI women had a case. And they've said that the transitional arrangements were not sufficient, and that hasn't been honoured. So what is the point of having an ombudsman or any form of third-party input into the government process? And very quickly and finally, because I've got the orange light, what about us? Are we simply going to change our mind on white papers, flip-flopping, depending on who is in government? Or are we going to have consistency around white papers? Because if we don't, tell you what, shall we all go home, call it a day, and pretend we don't bother about white papers? Or we honour them and we stick by our commitments of 2017?
Yeah. Councillor Field.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Harrington.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm moving the Conservative Group amendment to Councillor Dobson's white paper on the WASPI women. My Lord Mayor, put simply, many things say this is just the latest attack on older people in our society. It started with winter fuel payments, moved on to inheritance taxation, and has now gone further to women of a certain age, including myself. And in its own way, this administration is continuing that trajectory by proposing to close half the bowling greens in the city, albeit the date has been delayed, which will disproportionately affect our older residents again. But I digress, my Lord Mayor. We are all living longer, and with this comes the challenge of paying for it. We no longer have the same jobs and lifestyles that our parents, grandparents and great-grandparents once had. Some would say, thank goodness. Quite rightly, women now have more choices and career opportunities than our forebears. I won't say they have as many as men, that is a whole different conversation, but there is not the expectation that women would retire earlier and have a different pension age. That was never the point of the WASPI campaign. Whether I like it or agree with it, women in our society are the primary caregivers. Many of the WASPI women born in the 50s are well over the age of pension age. They are not in the labour market, and many will be caring for elderly parents, as was I, and some may have spouses with additional needs and maybe even children and grandchildren too. The issue at the heart of this matter is the speed with which it has been implemented, leaving many women with few choices as they approach retirement, especially when their focus has been elsewhere. My Lord Mayor, I am proposing this amendment because it is up to the government to compensate these women. The city's own Leeds West MP, Rachel Reeves, said so in 2016 Westminster Hall debate, in that these women who had been done an injustice, I quote, and that the Department for Work and Pensions had been negligent. So now should be the time to right that historic wrong. More recently, Shadow Chancellor in 2019, John MacDonald, called this a debt of honour that needed to be settled, and that was a historic wrong. Councillor Cooper, do you still stand by your 2017 White Paper words calling on the government to urgently look again at the findings of the Ombudsman? Now would be the time to demonstrate that and back this White Paper motion and the amendments. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I move this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Councillor Cohen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to move this amendment and give further support to the WASPI campaign. That's not a quote from me. That's a quote from Councillor Cooper in 2017, the year when Councillor Field raised this in Council with a white paper, which I was pleased to second. She went on to say, those who have been paying attention, and the people on their phone probably haven't, will know that I have long championed this cause. Indeed, this time last year, 2016, I gave my support for this campaign in full to Council in response to a question from my colleague Councillor Harland. I'm also really pleased that this campaign has been supported by the Labour Party nationally. Page 54 of the Labour Party manifesto. For the many, not the few. There's a catchphrase that didn't last into government, isn't there? Now, she went on to explain to us all the hardships faced by WASPI women and call on the then government to respond. And again, a further quote from Councillor Cooper. I understand that the government continues to rule this out because it will cost money. The truth is, central government does have the resources to find money for such a scheme. They choose not to because beyond token words about those who are just about managing, they will always choose to do nothing for those who are struggling in Britain today. Now, Councillor Cooper was supported ably by Councillor Heselwood. You are here today. Who made a really impassioned speech, and it was, I've read it through again, and I'm most impressed by your comments, because she went on to outline the hardships faced by WASPI women that she knew, and again called on our support for WASPI women. And then along came Councillor Lewis, who talked about Councillor Cooper's incredibly helpful amendment, and again said, I know it. I appreciate it came as a surprise to you that. He talked about Councillor Cooper's incredibly helpful amendment, and again said he believed the government could pay the compensation. Now, I'll pick up on the point we made earlier. You know, do we flip-flop around white papers? Do we do the right thing? And the right thing is to admit that there is a case for compensating this group of women. And yet, once we get into government, once the photo opportunities disappeared, we seem to have forgotten that commitment. Now, we have to do the right thing. And I'm calling on the Labour Party and Councillor Cooper to do the right thing. I appreciate you putting an amendment. I appreciate you have to put in an amendment because you can't let this go. But let's be honest. You know, the efforts that the incoming Labour government have made to support the older elements of the population, and I may well be getting there once I get out of late middle age, have been, well, let's face it, I think we really are very concerned at this side about the attitude of the government in relation to commitments they've made and more importantly, commitments they should keep. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Lay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second our amendment.
Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So the WASPI women have been failed by those who vowed to stand up to them. All of those opposite me who stood alongside the WASPI women and promised they would make it right, that they'd make right the previous government's wrongs, should hang their heads in shame. Respect is earned, as my mum says, so maybe it's time you all earned a little bit of respect. So I call all you opposite who stood by those WASPI women to stand down as a Labour Party councillor in disgust of what you stood up and professed to stand by your thoughts. Instead, everyone in your party has used it as a political tool to get elected. Not only has this government lied to and used WASPI women, they've also attacked those who tried to make their retirement a little bit more comfortable through taxation of their private pensions. It's time the government stopped its attack on pensioners, just as you have with the Bowling Greens, by introducing legislation to ensure the next generation's rights to a basic state pension can't be changed again in the future. So perhaps you could lobby the government for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Chesterfield.
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cooper.
Your turn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Got there rather quicker than I was expecting, given the number of seconders that have not spoken. So, first of all, I do want to let this chamber know and be really clear at the start of what I'm saying is I fully support the WASPI women and want the government to look again at their concerns. Hopefully, you've all heard that. I said that in 2017 and I'm saying it again now. But what I cannot deny is the situation has moved on from the amendment that I brought here in 2017, 7 years ago. I also want to give my acknowledgement and respect to Councillor Field over the years who have supported the WASPI campaign and indeed brought the attention of Council to it in an original white paper that we amended. But we go back 7 years ago, we were here talking about how badly the WASPI women had been treated and how little time they had been given to make changes to their retirement plans. And why was that? It was because George Osborne, as part of the Conservative and Lib Dem coalition government, took the decision to accelerate the timetable relating to pension payments, and he decided the state pension was becoming unaffordable and the WASPI women could pay the price. Some of these women found out that their pension age had increased by 6 years, just 1 year before they had thought they were due to retire, which is inexcusable. And your government, for the Conservative benches, 14 years to look at this. 14 long years to start the process. 14 years to budget for compensation. But did they? No. Instead, they sat back. You were in government. We have only been in government 6 months. 14 years to budget for that compensation. Instead, they sat back and buried their heads in the sand, as per usual. They were completely out of touch. They made bad decisions and showed complete incompetence. Just like with everything else, they've left a huge mess for the new Labour government to sort out. And let's see, what did Labour inherit? A completely broken system of government. The NHS on its knees, adults and children's social care both in crisis, an economy that had been erratic, to say the least. Labour promised to prioritise economic growth, and that is exactly what they are doing. They said they would rein in spending, and that is exactly what they're doing. Neither the original white paper nor any of the amendments explain how they would fund the estimated 3.5 to 10.5 billion that would be needed. And I know that you on the Conservative benches appreciate this fact, because when my original amendment, faithfully copied by Councillor Field, was debated in 2017, Councillor Robinson was very vocal that he would have more respect for amendments if they had explained where the money was coming from. I assume your respect is more easily won these days. Former Councillor Pat Latty said in 2017 that she supported asking her government to review the situation to make sure it was offering all the support and assistance and seeking a compromise between government and WASPI women. What happened? I wonder what's changed for their group position to change. Could it be that you lost the last general election and we've now got a new Labour government? Lord Mayor, my amendment reiterates again our support for the WASPI women, whilst also recognising 7 years later we're in a different position. This government is putting policies in place that will directly benefit all pensioners, but I do want them to look further at the concerns raised. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cooper, thank you very much. Councillor Finnegan.
I was a welfare rights worker for 30 years, from 86 through to 2016, so...
Sorry, Councillor Finnegan. This is what happens when someone interrupts me. It's actually Councillor Howland. I am really sorry. I'll come back to you, don't worry. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Councillor Howland, over to you.
I am in a parallel universe. For all that's gone on today, I am in a parallel universe. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I support this amendment as it seeks to address the wider issue of pensioner poverty, while at the same time reaffirming our commitment to the WASPI women and their families, of which I am one. It's no secret that the former Conservative government left the economy in a sorry state. No matter how much you bawl and howl and say, no, 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 we know that that's true. A £22 billion black hole in the public finances, and not one penny set aside for compensation requests such as this one. So, like so many other things, the Conservatives kicked difficult decisions into the long grass and then were booting out of office, leaving the next government with no options and nowhere to go. However, this Labour government has underlined its commitment to pensioners with its £31 billion commitment to the pension triple lock, something the Conservatives reneged on in 2022, which will increase the state pension by more than £470 a year from this April. Additionally, the extended household support fund saw an additional £7.1 million allocated to vulnerable residents in Leeds. And we took the decision to use some of that money to support low-income pensioners in receipt of council tax support, but who no longer qualify for the winter fuel payment. That fund was also used to support our Welcome Spaces network, ensuring vulnerable households could access a warm space and support, particularly important given the weather we've experienced last week. As a Labour administration, we are also supportive of the Cross-Party Work and Pension Select Committee looking into pensioner poverty and how it can be addressed. This is a wide-reaching inquiry and will cover issues including the impact of the cost of living on individuals' health and also the NHS and social care systems. How can we increase the uptake of pension credit? Can we learn from any international examples? And what essentials should the state pension provide? None of this will be easy, but it's an inquiry that is long overdue. These are questions that need to be raised and discussed in a cross-party collegiate way so that appropriate solutions can be found. The submission by Age Friendly Leeds highlighted a number of issues with the current system, including the fact that this is overly complex, is impacted by language barriers and digital exclusion, and confusion leads to many, many pensioners not claiming their full entitlement as they are unaware of it. It's this last point that I want to end on. In Leeds, we've been working alongside our partners to encourage people to check their eligibility for pension credit, and so far have helped older people in Leeds access just under £524,000 per year that they would otherwise have missed out on. Lord Mayor, there can be no doubt that we are facing a difficult time.
Thank you, Councillor Harlan. Your time is up. Thank you very
but as
much.
long as we have this government prepared to make it.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan, your rightful turn now.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, where were we? Right, I was a Fail for Our Rights worker, 30 years, 1986 onwards, 1995. Comes along at that particular point, the Tory government at that particular stage decided that the retirement at 60 for women was unaffordable, introduced a legislation at that particular point to make sure that there was an increase in the pensionable age. 1997, the Labour Party came in, and in 1995, Labour Party were quite content with that because I think they accepted the jet basic principle of that. 1997, they came in, went out in 2010, didn't alter any of that. They did indeed change the rules for pension credit at that particular point to increase the age at which you could start to get pension credit to align it with the increasing pensionable age. 2012, there's no doubt at all that the Tories, figuring out the difficulties that they were in, decided to accelerate that quite greatly. So to a degree, there has been a consensus that the pension age had to increase. But why are the WASPI women's a special case? Well, the fact of the matter is, people may or may not remember, back in certainly the 60s and the 70s, there used to be an opportunity for women, married women, to pay the married women's stamp. Now, I don't know if anybody remembers that. Back in the old days, women at that particular point were paying a reduced stamp because their husbands were paying a full stamp, and women at that stage thought that they were going to get something out of it. Now, the fact of the matter is, all governments, regardless of their political persuasion, were drawing in that particular cash from those contributions, and they were paying nothing in that contribution towards your retirement pension. So those women were invariably paying for something that they didn't get. Now, there's no doubt at all that the acceleration of the pensionable age was something that professionals like me, welfare rights workers and others were fully aware of. Women who were working often in difficult, challenging, low-paid jobs were totally and utterly unaware of that. And the DWP, as people will know, are not the best of organisations to put out information about what you can and can't do, pension credit at this present point being a fine example. So ultimately, we're in a situation where the WASPI women were misled, going back years and years and years by successive governments. On top of that, this acceleration and the proposal and the consensus that was actually reached led us to a position where a lot of people, certainly those people at the bottom end, and by and large working class women, were unaware of these particular changes. That's why it is fair and reasonable that this compensation that has been set by an independent investigation of this particular matter is fair and right, and we ought to make sure that those women are treated fairly and reasonably. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Carlisle.
Lord Mayor, friends, thanks to those proposing this paper, The Greens have, alongside many others, supported the tenacious WASPI campaign over many years. We note the winter allowance amendment from our friends in the blue corner, those well-known champions of welfare. And we echo with sadness the Lib Dem amendment, highlighting the sense of betrayal many feel regarding the new government. It's one thing to turn people down, but it's another to string them along, then let them down. Faith in politics is low enough. This is dangerous. Others have ably tackled this issue head-on, so I want to approach it at a tangent. The brass tacks, the money. The recommended compensation by the Ombudsman is £3 to £10 billion. Government are loudly wringing their hands about this, and of course many things. The cry goes up, there is no money, there is no alternative. Yet there is money. There's more money in the world now than ever. It's constantly growing. So where is it going? Inflation, yes. Increased population and demand, yes. But as documented in the World Inequality Reports, government wealth is ever declining and private income increasing. Neoliberalism is winning and we're all losing. And within that private sphere, global inequality is rising fast. The super wealthy 1% now own nearly 50% of global wealth. Benjamin Franklin said that the only certainties in life are death and taxes, but tax seems increasingly optional if you've got a good accountant. Research by groups like Tax Justice UK show that the UK tax gap, the tax shortfall due to evasion, avoidance and fraud, is at about £40 billion a year. The global figure is £480 billion a year. How so? Well, partly because HMRC have got in on the Maladministration Act. They've cut staff, leading to ineffective investigation and enforcement, and meanwhile, their wage bills actually increased due to agency staff costs. Brilliant. This fits within a wider landscape nationally and globally in which there's very limited willingness to tackle tax avoidance or to pursue bold progressive taxation. For example, a modest Robin Hood tax on international financial transactions would earn the UK a handy £5 billion per year. Bear in mind, in the past decade, the top 4 banks alone have made profits of £160 billion and paid out £50 billion in bonuses. Nice work if you can get it. Or the LSE Commission that estimates the UK wealth tax, purely on the assets of the super rich, not on the labour market, could raise £260 billion in 5 years. So on the WASPI campaign, and with all the ongoing cuts and austerity, and the plight of so many of our creaking social systems, there are alternatives. We have options, but do we have the will to pursue them? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlisle. Councillor Cohen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And can I say thank you to Councillor Dobson for bringing today's white paper, and Councillor Harrington for the amendments that I'm speaking in support of. And I suppose I should thank Councillor Campbell as well for stealing the genius idea I have of reading huge swathes of Councillor Cooper's speech from 2017, where I got all these lovely bits, all these great quotes ready, and you said all of them, so thank you for that. So a hasty rewrite was indeed necessary. But here's something that was said earlier. I think, for me, this debate is about 2 key issues. The first and fundamentally, it's about justice. Councillor Heselwood in the debate last time said something I agree with absolutely. She said, Council, this is blatant discrimination against women and it needs dealing with and tackling. And she's right. It's about justice. And last time, you spoke as a group unequivocally, passionately and determinedly that when injustice is being done, it needs to be addressed and the cost is irrelevant. When there is an injustice, you don't leave the injustice, you tackle the injustice. There will be costs involved, but they must be tackled. I agree with you. Why didn't our government? I have never, ever been one to stand by and say, because of a political badge, that's acceptable. I have a proud history of being a pain in the behind for all sorts of groups. If I see injustice, I will call it out. Notice I say behind, you see, you can say it politely. The other thing, though, that this debate is about is actually doing our job as opposition groups, holding the administration's feet to the fire and saying, this is what you said. Can we actually believe a word you say if political convenience will change it like that? And today, we've seen your true colours, and they were not pretty. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cohen. Councillor Seary.
How do I follow that? Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking in support of Councillor Harrington's amendment. As the White Paper motion rightly says, it is not the pension age itself that is in dispute. It is widely accepted that women and men should retire at the same time. It is instead a question of fairness around how these changes were communicated. The fact is that the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman conducted an investigation into 6 sample complaints about how the Department for Works and Pensions, DWP, notified women born in the 1950s about rises in their state pension age. In reports published in July 2021 and March 2024, the PHSO found specific instances of maladministration in 2005 and 2006, in the way that the DWP communicated these changes, which meant that some women lost opportunities to make informed decisions about their finances. The PHSO recommended that the sample complainants be compensated and a remedy for others who had suffered injustice because of this maladministration should be identified. Unfortunately, as we know, the Secretary for State for Work and Pensions announced in December 2024 that up to 3.6 million women born in the 1950s would not be receiving compensation. My Lord Mayor, these women deserve justice. Their arguments haven't changed, the principles remain the same. They deserve a straight answer from those who lobbied for them when in opposition, only to have a change of heart once in government. The same could be said for those affected by other decisions too, of course. With the cold weather of recent weeks, let's not forget that older people will be struggling to heat their homes as a direct consequence of this government's decision to remove their winter fuel payments. Another change of heart that coincided with a change to the seating arrangements in the House of Commons. This government is showing that when their feet are held to the fire and they actually hold the purse strings, older people are not anywhere close to being a priority, and it's entirely understandable if residents in Leeds and elsewhere feel badly let down. My Lord Mayor, it is right to respond to the concerns of the WASPI women, and as a council we should show leadership and demonstrate a constituency on this issue, locally that's so lacking at a national level, by supporting the original motion and Councillor Harrington's amendment today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Seary. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It feels like our cherished Councillor Cooper has had quite a drubbing so far today on her previous comments. So I want I know you can take it, Debbie, so I won't labour the point other than say it's tough at the top, isn't it, Debbie? It is, isn't it? Debbie asked where the other money would come from. The previous government didn't set any side in a budget, and I'll come back to setting aside money for compensation in a moment. But there's a few examples. Councillor Carlisle gave some sort of examples of where they might come from, but some real-world examples might be for the fact if we hadn't have had a budget from Rachel from the Treasury, if she hadn't have put a, if she hadn't have screwed the budget up so much that the gilt yields have risen to a 30-year high, meaning that borrowing costs are more than they've ever been, the difference in borrowing costs for this government would have outstripped the compensation costs for WASPI women. You cannot keep coming back to ignoring.
Please, could we have one meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord. I cannot keep coming back to ignoring the fact You're now in power having to make difficult decisions and justify them. And yes, it was difficult. We were in that position beforehand when you talked about austerity and your opposition to austerity, and now you're bringing in austerity 2.0, cutting disability benefits just to save Rachel from the Treasury's career. Talk is cheap, Lord Mayor, and if you want to support the WASPI women, all you have to do today is support Councillor Dobson's white paper. Because basically it's your words, Debbie. So, there's no difference. Just support the white paper. And there's still time for you to withdraw your amendment. I mentioned compensation. Another area they could get compensation. I found out today that this government's about to give compensation to Jerry Adams of the IRA. There's money for Jerry. There's no money for Granny. Not this year. If you want some examples, I can give more. But the simple thing to do, Councillor Cooper, is to withdraw your amendment, support Councillor Dobson's white paper, as we will be doing with a very sensible reasoned amendment from Councillor Harrington. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Firth.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Away from the political games and wrangling that takes place in this place today and the squabbling and excuses that they don't like it up them when the fact that they're actually getting back at them what they've then thrown at us for so long. It's actually to govern is to choose, that phrase that so often is bandied around. Well, they've got to choose what they do and who they're going to support. The interesting thing when we talk about this is that taking voters for granted. Rachel Reeves, Keir Starmer, you name it, all stood up next to people like those in the gallery, ladies, WASPI women, and said they would reward them once they were in government. And as soon as they get into government, they turn their backs on them and say, sorry, there's no money left. They say there is a £22 billion black hole, when the same weekend afterwards, £9 billion and then even more in terms of inflation-busting pay rises were then announced. Because, as they well know, their government that they're making excuses for and that they're repeating the excuses for does not have the figures that stack up. The Institute for Fiscal Studies has said there is no black hole. They knew what the finances were, and effectively they were buying votes. There's even, to an extent, some commentators who say, why did they put themselves in such a corner? Because actually, yes, they probably won the election because it was our party, the Conservatives, that actually then lost that election. But that's why Keir Starmer has had the fastest decrease in the popularity of any Prime Minister in terms of leadership favourability ever. And that even beats Liz Truss. And no, I didn't vote for her either. When it comes to the £22 billion black hole, you have announced raft after raft of funding that you want to spend on your priorities. But the funny thing is, the people that you took for granted to get the votes to get you in, there's no money for them. There's a 19% pay rise for train drivers, but there's no money for them. There's a slap in the face instead of a nod and a wink before the election. The nature of it is that also the new pensions minister that's been appointed said that the triple lock is a silly system. Will he now scrap the triple lock? Because funnily enough, they've scrapped winter fuel allowances for 105,000 Leeds pensioners. And the interesting thing about that is that those individuals are actually losing more as a result because they've lost their winter fuel allowance than the triple lock. So what will happen then? And if they dispute it, they obviously haven't been listening to the pensions experts. Photo opportunities, just like Rachel Reeves, I've just spotted in a brochure that came out yesterday from Leeds Hospitals Trust. Rachel Reeves standing outside the LGI with a poster saying, I support the rebuild of this children's hospital, gets into government and puts an immediate halt on the rebuild of that hospital. The nature of it is, it's very easy to stand for a photo, but to govern is to choose, and they're making the wrong choices.
Sorry,
Thank you very much.
Councillor Anderson. Councillor Anderson.
Oh, right, yes. WASPI women.
45 minutes.
WASPI women. Well, let's just look at what
you can put people on
Mr. Quality. Members, please. Can we have one meeting?
I am allowed to support.
Go ahead.
I'm allowed to support and speak in favour of women, you know. I mean, you know, do you want me just to, you know, it's just unbelievable. Anyway, what I was going to say is, you've gone on for the last 14 years, you've gone on today about the previous government being uncaring. Well, this is one motion straight away. You have proven beyond any shadow of a doubt through your own actions that you are as uncaring as anybody you've accused out in the past. There's not degrees of uncaringness. You are or you are not. It's quite binary. You are uncaring. You've not thought it through. You've not thought through the impact you've had on older people. You've just gone ahead and said, well, okay, we need to save this money, we need to do that. Not good at all. You say nobody was aware of the cost. Well, we did have an election campaign. You could have at that point turned round to any government person that was put up at the time and said, well, where are you going to find the money for WASPI from? Because we're going to do it from this. No, you didn't even mention it. You probably have managed to get some people who were WASPI women to actually vote for you because they thought they were actually going to get their compensation at the end. You've let them down. So you've let down people who do support you. Do you ever think about looking at that way, that you're actually letting down people? Fine, some people didn't vote for you, then that's their fault. But people who did vote for you, do you not think it's good that you're causing problems for them? And as Councillor Firth said, you managed to find the money for massive pay rises with no increase in productivity to come along with it as well. None whatsoever. So you could have used that money to compensate the WASPI people and then done something different with the wage rises if you really wanted to do. You know, so you are heartless, totally, utterly heartless. And the final thing I would say is, one thing that you all seem to have forgotten on that side is that we, the Conservatives, lost this election badly. You are now in power. You are 100% responsible for every single thing that happens in this country from now on. You cannot get away from the fact that any decisions that are made now are made by a Labour government who are determined to ruin this country, and God help the rest of us.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Okay, I will now call on Councillor Dobson to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think the first thing I want to say when I've listened to this debate is something that Councillor Harlan said at the beginning of her speech about being in a parallel universe. Welcome to my world, Mary. We do seem to be locked in a system of the opposition laying into the government, and then when it flips, the new opposition laying into the new government. And that's fine in a way, because government commitments come and go like the wind. And I think if anybody believes what our lords and masters in Westminster are telling us, they're probably fools. But I want to talk about consistency. My ward colleague, Councillor Field, brought a white paper 8 years ago, and we supported it. All I've done today is top and tail it and try and make it relevant for 2025, but it's the same white paper. And it's about being consistent. Councillor Field, interestingly, last week, apart from the fact she was called off by snow, would have been meeting our local WASPI women as she regularly does, because it's something that is an issue that hasn't gone away. It can't be something we regurgitate every 8 years when there's a change of government. And I want us to do something quite unique this afternoon. Rather than criticise this government or the last government, let's turn our spotlight for once on ourselves and ask ourselves fundamentally, why are we here? Are we here to support the WASPI women who have been ill-used by successive governments, or are we here to defend our own political positions? I'm hoping, Lord Mayor, it's the former. We'll save the 22 billion stuff until next month, because I'm sure we'll all have plenty to say on that. But I did notice in the first white paper the tendency to regurgitate people's statements from the previous government. Well, really, let's not go there, because there's example after example after example when the new government supported the WASPI women in opposition. If it's good enough in opposition, Lord Mayor, it's good enough now. We welcome the friendly amendments this afternoon that have added value to our white paper, and I'm hoping, it's not going to happen, but one can hope, that some members over there may recommit recommit, not commit, recommit to what we've already decided once in 2017 and actually think about what we want to be as a council representing the 750,000 plus people in Leeds. Forget our lords and masters down there, wasters. What are we doing here and now? What are we doing to support our people? What are we doing to support the WASPI women? And let's get behind something we've already agreed to once over, albeit 8 years ago. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. Okay. I will now call for the vote on the amendment in the name of Councillor... We need a seconder. Councillor Cohen, thank you. Okay, Chief Exec, to the test.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would all members please ensure they're in their allocated seats? Members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the amendment in the name of Councillor Harrington. Members should refer to their desk unit, press the green button marked yes or plus to vote in favour, red button marked no minus to vote against, and press the yellow button marked abstain 0 to abstain. Thank you.
Councillor Rafiq, have you voted?
He's abstaining.
Yes. Leave him alone. Okay. So we've got 99 present. Yes. Very proud to see that. 90. 90. Okay. So yes, we've got 29, 5 abstentions, and 56 have said no, so that is lost. Okay, so the next is to call for the vote on the second amendment in the name of Councillor Campbell. Those for? Those, you want to record it as well? Okay, those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. Okay, next to call for the vote on the third amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That's also lost. To announce the result of, to call for the vote on the fourth amendment in the name of Councillor Cooper. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. I will now call for the vote on the substantive motion. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is also carried. Okay, well done. Agenda item number 15, white paper on new homes. Councillor Lennox, over to you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So here in Leeds, we can be really proud of the innovative progress we've made in recent years to maximise the amount of social rented and affordable housing in our city. Our strategies to deliver for everyone living in our city were recognised at the UK Housing Awards at the end of last year, where we won highly commended in the Best Local Authority category, the only northern council to have been recognised. Thankfully, we now have a government who know that decent, secure and truly affordable housing is fundamental to people's health and well-being and to support the economy as it recovers from 14 years of neglect and chaos. The Labour government has made housing and planning reforms a priority and in its first 8 months has made long overdue changes to enable the planning system to better allow planning authorities to deliver the types and tenures of housing needed for our communities. This, along with reforms to right to buy and renters' rights, is a welcome change. And in spite of over a decade of Tory neglect and failure to address this country's housing emergency, Leeds stands out nationally for the way we use the levers that we have to deliver the housing and associated infrastructure that our communities need. This administration has overseen the highest level of new homes built in our city since the early 1980s, with 23 to 24 seeing us deliver an incredible 35% above our local target, making up 1.5% of all new homes in England. But crucially, in addressing the housing emergency, Leeds has delivered more affordable housing than any other core city over the last 5 years, with 2,961 new affordable homes delivered, of which 1,054 of these have been social rented homes. Leeds delivered more social rented homes than the national average, 36% compared with 12.4% nationally. The current council housing growth programme is set to deliver almost 1,300 homes for our council housing stock. Furthermore, the Council is enthusiastically engaged with the Government's consultation on changes to the NPPF and put forward our position on how national policy can better support unlocking brownfield land in the Green Belt and defining grey belt land to prioritise sustainable development, as well as giving local authorities the powers to set the type and proportion of affordable housing products per site. As well as being a national leader in the delivery of new affordable homes, Leeds City Council is a leader in the delivery of infrastructure to support our growing communities. The East Leeds Orbital route has also received a national award, unlocking land for much needed housing in the east of the city, as well as removing car journeys from our existing neighbourhoods and providing 14 kilometres of green active transport and recreation routes. The flood alleviation scheme, also award-winning, continues to protect thousands of properties and riverside environments from flooding. Leeds Pipes has received international acclaim and has been held up as an excellent example of how low carbon energy infrastructure, not to mention reducing energy bills for thousands of residents, including many hundreds in social housing. But everything that we've mentioned here is not just about what we build, it's about investing in the health and well-being of our residents and the resilience of our communities. A safe, warm and decent home is fundamental in shaping not only our day-to-day lives, but also our long-term health outcomes. I can see I'm on the orange light. We partner with our NHS colleagues, we use our resources and share research and information to support communities through our Health and Housing Steering Group, chaired by Councillor Venner. And as a social landlord, last year we budgeted 82 million to invest in upgrading our properties, and we're proposing to extend that to 93 million in the coming year to provide those good, warm homes that our communities deserve. In Leeds, we'll not simply rest on the highs of the national acclaim we've received, but we'll continue to drive forward and work with the government to develop the national policies and legislation needed to keep delivering secure and truly affordable homes that our city needs. And I move the white paper.
Thank you, Councillor Lennox. Councillor Pryor.
Second and reserve the right to speak, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In proposing this amendment, can I just first comment about the white paper we've got before us, which is a smorgasbord of good news. Fine, I accept it's good news. I think it's quite, you've probably looked hard because you're in such a depressed state because of your government nationally that you've now come up with some good things that you've done locally, which fine you have. I'm not disputing what's happening. But let's look at what you've actually said. Let's look and see what you've actually said. You've said that you've built affordable housing. Well, West Yorkshire Mayor, she claims it was her that built a lot of these houses. So is she exaggerating or are you exaggerating? Because you both can't be right. One of you produced the affordable houses or the other one did. I mean, the affordable houses were produced, but let's be clear about what's going on there. What's concerning me is if you take ELOR, for example, yes, it does unlock access to 5,000 new homes, but we still don't know when they will build, who will build the homes, what the mix will be, and what type of dwellings. Yes, you've got the numbers, not disputing that you've made the numbers, but have you actually delivered the houses that people want in this city, and more importantly, what people need in this city? Yes, you've done the numbers, not disputing that under any circumstances. You talk about the flood alleviation scheme. Well, you didn't mention anything in your white paper, nor in your speech, about the help that you got from central government in aid, local funding, from regional funding from the West Yorkshire Combined Authority. You didn't mention that you got funding from other sources, including the Leeds City Region Enterprise Partnership, the European Regional Development Fund, Network Rail, the Woodlands Trust, and others. You got a lot of help in delivering that. That wasn't just you. It was working in partnership, and it would have been good for you to emphasise the partnership. And it would have also been good for you to have thanked, he's not here today, Councillor Andrew Carter, and also Stuart Andrew as an MP for this area, who put a lot of effort into getting the government on side in terms of delivering this. It would have been nicest to acknowledge it. Yes, it was delivered by you, not disputing that in the slightest. However, one thing I do want to talk is affordable housing. I don't know if all members of council are aware, but you keep complaining year on year about the lack of funding you've got. You as a council turned down £6 million last week. You turned down £6 million to be given to you for affordable housing. You chose to do that. The Conservatives that were on there did not. They could see the benefit of getting 6 million. Just think of how many more affordable houses, not necessarily in my area, but in your areas as well, that could have been built if you had thought through and you turned down £6 million. Hold your head in shame when you complain about you've not got any money and you're turning down £6 million. If you'd only just thought through what you were planning to do. You went ahead, you did it, you've left us with a hole, because we need affordable housing in the north of the city, but you turned it down. This money would have been vital to do it. You turned it down, so you need to answer for yourself. And the final thing I want to say is about infrastructure. You talk about all of these houses that you've built, but you've not put the infrastructure in at all. You've not made sure that the health service is there to support these things. You've not made sure that the shops are there. You've certainly not made sure that the transport network is there to support all of these houses. You've done absolutely nothing to do it at all. You're digging up half the city.
Councillor Anderson, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley.
I second Lord Mayor and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There is a contrast, I think, between the first two white papers and this particular white paper. The first two white papers attempted to get the council to create a policy which we could all agree on. This is simply a self-congratulatory white paper by the Labour Party for reasons that I'm unsure. I have to say, like Councillor Anderson, can we just unpick these achievements that we've got? Impressive track record in delivering much needed housing. Actually, it's the private sector that's delivered the thousands of houses we've got in Leeds. It's not you at the Labour group physically going out there and bricklaying. And then we talk about the great number of affordable homes. Well, yes, we have got some affordable homes, but consistently, only once in the last 5 years have we hit the council's target for the provision of affordable homes. Now, that's hardly an achievement, in my opinion. Let's see, 1,600 affordable homes delivered under our council housing growth programme. Yeah, that's a good figure, but sadly it's below the target we had, and it's not citywide, and most of that was funded by developers who use their ability to buy out of council affordable housing policy and actually pass that money over. So we actually get fewer affordable houses by this method than we would if we insisted on them on site. You talk about the East Leeds Orbital Road. I think it's about making a virtue out of a necessity there. There have been infrastructure issues in East Leeds for as long as I can remember, and you've failed to deal with those, so it requires, in effect, the private sector to, via a subsidy, I suppose, to the council to fund this sort of thing. Leeds flood alleviation, Barry's touched on it. That was paid for and effectively driven by grants from just about everybody. Let's see, where are we? Extra care housing. Again, that's a plus. It's a plus. But you don't mention the care facilities you've closed down. Yeah. I think almost every area of the city has seen a home closed at some point over the last 5-6 years. So you can't claim there's a plus when it's actually a minus. Let me just see. Oh yeah, the Leeds pipes. I really enjoyed this one because those of you who remember it, and I appreciate it was your maiden speech and you were given information to which may not strictly be accurate, but I would remind the Labour group that the pipe scheme relates to the incinerator. And you oppose the incinerator. You oppose the incinerator.
Which councillor mentioned it at each meeting?
And one of them, one of the councillors you talked about, that we know well, said that over his dead body will we provide the incinerator, which provides the pipe scheme. Now, you know, you can claim it's a virtue now, but you opposed it tooth and nail when it was in proposal stage. Investment in active leisure. Actually, yes, there has been an investment, and you said that. What you don't mention, of course, is the ones you've closed. So, no mention of closing Chippendale Pool in Ockley, or the current proposal, slightly on hold, close Bowling Greens. Then there's a reference to working with the new government. Now, I just wonder if this is a veiled, I was going to say threat, that perhaps not the right word, in relation to...
Thank you very much, Councillor Campbell. Your time is up. Sorry.
Oh. Well done anyway.
Councillor Hatbrook.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll try and be as on time as I was previously. I'll keep this positive. I just want to bring up, I mean, we all want more houses locally. We all want our families and our children to be able to afford a house. And the notion of the city building affordable houses is aspirational and something we should all strive for. I want to raise a couple of, not caveats, a couple of things to watch out for as we do this. We talk about affordable housing. Now, by affordable housing, I think we mean affordable to the people who are buying the house. However, as a council, we also need to think about affordable in terms of how we deliver the houses. And I'm sorry to nick an example from my esteemed colleagues in Pudsey, but a resident gave me the numbers and they're very pertinent. So the development that's ongoing in Huff Top at the moment is a 22.4 million development to deliver 82 homes, at an average unit cost of 273,000. The average price of the equivalent properties to buy on the open market in Pudsey is between 195 and 204,000. So you have to kind of ask, is that good value, and are we delivering the houses affordably, even if they are then sold on for an affordable value? So I would ask, as we expand our aspirations to grow our building and more houses, that we look at how we do that efficiently so that taxpayers' money and the city's money is deployed in the best way, and we bring in the best skills and talents to do that cost effectively and sustainably, to bring good quality houses that are built, that are well built. The final bit, and I think Colin was about to sort of touch on this, is the right place. And, you know, I think one of the phrases that was bandied around pre-election, I mean, it was bandied around pre-election, so God knows what it would mean now, was for the builders, not the blockers. And that worries a lot of people. You know, a lot of people live in communities where they think, okay, does that mean that communities are going to be ignored in terms of what's built and how things are built? And it's a clumsy approach that risks ignoring the local voice of the local communities. So I would say, rather than building for builders, not blockers, we should build for society, not speculators, and build the houses that we want, where we want them, that are right for the community. And as long as we continue to do that as a council, I think you'll enjoy broad support. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hatbrook. Okay, Councillor Goodall.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, we need more housing, but it's hugely important that we provide the amenities with it, both to provide a sense of community and to prevent, even worse, traffic congestion. We have some great examples of housing projects like Lilac and Chaco, but we also have some less good examples. Mass building is convenient for ticking up the policy target figures, but there is no correlated provision for social infrastructure such as schools and GPs to cater for the projected increase in population, and no provision for local amenities such as shops or public transport in instances where the developments are on greenbelt. So the sustainability costs, increased transport and pollution, are here concealed because they are treated as separate from housing. There used to be a housing quality indicator that tried to tackle this in the late 90s. This needs to be reinstated as soon as possible. Take Horsforth Vale as an example. Yes, it was a brownfield site, but it has very few amenities. It's right next to the railway line, but it has no station and poor access to public transport. Also, Woodside Vale, again, right next to the train line, but no train station, few amenities. On the East Leeds Orbital, the new civil engineer, Official Journal of Civil Engineers, says it costs £173 million. New train stations cost approximately 10 to 14 million. So we could have had around 12 new stations for one road. As far back as 1994, SACTRA, the Standing Advisory Committee on Trunk Road Assessment report entitled Trunk Roads and the Generation of Traffic, showed that building new roads just generates even more traffic. We're encouraging car dependency, so we're building out-of-town shopping centres, urban sprawl, and yet more traffic, and this puts more pressure on traffic in areas further into the city, like Headingley and Hyde Park. It's great that we will hopefully have Thorpe Park Station to the southern end of East Leeds Orbital, but the northern part will not be well served. We must remember that people on the lowest incomes cannot afford a car. And on affordability, on a positive note, there have been some small council charity initiatives for upgrading social housing, sheltered housing and care homes for the elderly, which has the double advantage of filling up smaller sites and employing smaller builders. There should be more of those. A government should scrap the right to buy policy. Although councils have been allowed again in recent years to invest in social housing, they have often lost these investments within years of building them, because tenants end up purchasing them, as we know. This is not good for increasing the provision of truly affordable housing, as opposed to 80% market rent. Most new built mass housing is otherwise unaffordable to most. Renting is even more unaffordable than buying. Most of what is built is poor quality build. Minimum building standards are still relatively low. Privatised building control means that building control rarely go to sites, and there are cases where unscrupulous builders have skipped on quality for anything other than the showcase example. Solution: lobby government to renationalise building control to ensure that building control officers go on site regularly. Policy definitions for sustainability are solely focused on green technologies, and Labour's planning reform now emphasises this. In academic research, the narrative is changing. If you look at the global costs on the planet of these technologies, then it has actually increased dirty energy used to extraction, manufacture and transport, increased pollution, environmental depletion, and increased local socio-economic destitution in the countries richest in the rare minerals needed to make them. At the other end of the cycle, there is no strategy for end-of-life upcycling, recycling or disposal. There is a place for green technologies, but they are not the silver bullets they are made out to be. New builds are rarely built to last, and least of all to be repaired and maintained. National planning policy currently requires that buildings should last a minimum of 15 years. This should be increased to at least 70 years. Proposed planning reform has made no efforts at addressing the issue of retrofit and or rehabilitation of existing buildings. This is environmentally the least impactful of all construction initiatives, but there is no consistent business model. Thank you.
You very much. Councillor Ali.
Second that amendment, Lord Mayor. So food, clothing and shelter, these are three basic elements for every human being needs, that they need to live a meaningful life. Decent quality housing can mean the difference between getting off to a good start in life, getting into a good school, access to decent healthcare. Quite simply, it can mean the difference between life and death. A 10-minute bus ride from the bottom of Hare Hills can add 10 years onto your life expectancy. The difference that decent quality housing makes to people is blatantly obvious. My colleague, Councillor Goodall, has covered a lot of the important points already, so it's given me the opportunity to focus on affordable housing and social housing. It's great to see more homes being built. That's excellent for those that can afford it, those with the privilege to pay the overinflated prices. Affordable housing, at the current definition, means 80% of local market value. If the houses that are being built are 4-bedroom condos, really expensive houses, for most first-time buyers, they're way out their reach. Currently, there are over 28,000 people on the Leeds Home Register waiting to be rehomed. People who don't have the privilege to buy a shiny brand new house. Band A alone has more than 5,300 people on that list. Let me remind you, Band A are those people who are desperate for a home, people with serious housing needs, including people at imminent risk of homelessness. The waiting time for people on Band A is averaging at 152 weeks. That's almost 3 years for someone who's at imminent risk of homelessness. These people are some of the most vulnerable people in our society. As those in power, we owe a duty of care. Yes, it's good to see homes that are being built, but they have to be built in the right areas and they have to be the right homes. We need real affordable homes, built in the right areas. We need to develop more community housing, empowering communities to take control of their own destinies. We need more social housing, and we need them in the right places, built on the right land. We can't build over those precious few green spaces in inner city areas. And I'll give you an example. In Gipton, we had a few fields. They might not seem much to the people who live in Old Woodley or Wetherby or fancy areas like that, but in Gipton it means a lot. You know, small fields matter. Building over those areas, building over those fields takes away our precious few green spaces.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Today I want to address an issue that goes to the heart of fairness and equality in our society, the concept of affordable housing and the urgent need for real solutions to the housing crisis in Leeds and beyond. The term affordable housing has become a cruel irony for many people in the UK, especially those earning minimum wage. In Leeds, where the average rent for one-bedroom flat can exceed £700 a month, a minimum wage worker earning £10.42 an hour would need to spend more than half their income on rent alone. And that doesn't include bills, food or transportation. By any reasonable measure, this is not affordable. The problem is not just semantics, it's systematic. Leeds City Council currently has over 20,000 people on its waiting list, and this has been consistent for some time. These are not just numbers, they are families, single parents and individuals struggling to find a stable place to call home. While the Council has made efforts, the scale of this crisis demands bold action and innovative policies to bridge the gap between need and supply. One such policy comes from the Social Democratic Party, which proposes a 50% tax on the uplift in land value relevant to the granting of planning permission on all greenfield sites and undeveloped land. This measure would ensure that the enormous profits reaped in by private housing developers are reinvested into our communities. It would create a robust fund for building social housing where rents are truly affordable, calculated based on wages, not market speculation. Imagine if this levy were to be put in place in Leeds, the council could use these funds to directly address the housing shortage, building enough homes to eradicate its waiting list and giving thousands of people the dignity and stability they deserve. It would also discourage speculative land banking, where developers sit on land to inflate its value instead of just building homes. Affordable housing is not just about bricks and mortar, it's about social justice. It's about ensuring that everyone, regardless of their income, has a safe, secure place to live. It's about tackling inequality at its root, creating strong communities and giving people a fair shot at building a better future. Leeds City Council has the power to lead the way by lobbying for such transformative policies and prioritising social housing projects. Let's not just pay lip service to affordability, let's redefine it and make it real. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. I will now call on Councillor Chesterfield, and it's also your maiden speech.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and members of Council and the public gallery. Today I stand before you for my maiden speech within the Chamber to discuss something fundamental for us all, something that affects us all, and that is housing. It is a basic human need, a cornerstone of stability and well-being, yet the quality and availability of good housing remains challenging for the fine people of this city. We all know that a home is more than just four walls and a roof over our heads. Good housing is essential for several reasons. First and foremost, it's a health issue. Poor living conditions can lead to chronic diseases, mental health issues, and developmental problems in children. Dampness, overcrowding, lack of sanitation and poor ventilation are just a few examples of how inadequate housing can have a detrimental effect on our health. On the other hand, good housing provides a clean, safe and comfortable environment that promises physical and mental well-being. Secondly, good housing plays a crucial role in fostering strong communities. It creates spaces for individuals and families to thrive, fostering social connections and reducing inequality. When people have access to affordable quality homes, they can contribute to their neighbourhoods, participate in local activities and build social networks that strengthen the fabric of the city. Moreover, housing is an essential part of our own economic stability as a city. A well-housed population is more productive, more likely to contribute to the economy and better positioned to pursue educational career goals. In contrast, the lack of quality housing often forces people into poverty traps, limiting their opportunities for advancement. But despite all these benefits that I've mentioned before, there's a proportion of people still living with inadequate housing. Families facing overcrowded conditions, high rents and lack of basic infrastructure. Housing has become a financial burden for those people, with many spending a disproportionate part of the income, as mentioned by my colleague Councillor Dixon, on just keeping the roof over their head. It's clear that the current housing systems are not working for everyone. This is where we, as a council and in fact as a wider society, must act. We need policies and initiatives that prioritise good housing for all. This includes investing into inexpensive housing, improving quality of existing homes and addressing the root causes of housing inequality. The SDP, believe it or not, has a policy on housing which includes the formation of the British Housing Corporation to oversee and fund the construction of at least 100,000 social housing per year. So in conclusion, good housing is not just a luxury, it's a necessity. It's an investment in the future of individual families and communities. It is an investment in health, stability and opportunity.
Councillor
and therefore, Lord Mayor, I am pleased to second
this
amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further to Councillor Ali's point about the huge housing waiting lists, and I think the point he was making is that we shouldn't be building more houses in the inner city. We should do it in the leafy areas like Wetherby, which might be news to the Wetherby ward and their Green Party councillor, who's AWOL from council again today. But to this point, Lord Mayor, I just want to talk about infrastructure for a moment. Because it's very well building more houses, but we need more infrastructure to go with them. We all know that, and very often it doesn't come, and certainly doesn't come quick enough. Which is a surprise, therefore, that one of the first things the new government did when it came into power was to halt the free schools programme and review all the schools that were being planned to be built, including some in Leeds, where new houses are being built. So when Councillor Lennox refers to all of the extra housing and infrastructure and e-law that's coming along the line, what she missed out there was that her own government is now reviewing funding for new infrastructure such as schools in those areas. And it's really important when we're planning new housing that we have a thought to both existing school need today, but also what school need might be needed in the future after new housing is built. And on that point, Lord Mayor, I just want to address a piece of breaking news that broke, I think, about half an hour ago regarding Queensway School in Guiseley and Rawdon. I am exceptionally surprised that all three Guiseley and Rawdon members have spoken today including a maiden speech, which I congratulate you for, and not once mentioned what they would have known, specifically Councillor Thompson, who is now the Deputy Exec Member for Children and Families, that they intend to close Queensway School after the screeching U-turn last year from Councillor Pryor, after the campaign led by former Councillor Paul Alderson, parents and the community in Guiseley and Rawdon. Yes. Wouldn't it have been courteous to inform all council, that that's what was happening, Lord Mayor? So when we are building new houses, we need to make sure that the infrastructure that goes with those houses is delivered on time. But crucially, don't cut our noses off today by closing schools that we may very well need in the future if this government has its plan to rip up the green belt and build more and more houses. And Councillor Pryor is yet to speak, and hopefully, when he does his seconding, he will address this issue at Queens. We give some confidence to parents that whilst he made his screeching U-turn before, his successor hasn't just U-turned again and delivered the plan he always intended to deliver by closing Queensway School. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to congratulate Councillor Lennox on her white paper, delivered at machine gun velocity. I had to concentrate to hear all of it. This is one of the rare times that Labour come up with a white paper which has actually got something to do with Leeds and not national government. This is presumably because they're so embarrassed and ashamed of their new Labour government, and quite rightly so. Lord Mayor, this is a ragbag of a white paper, as Councillor Campbell referred to it, drawn up on the back of the proverbial envelope. All the projects listed came to fruition under a Conservative government anyway. Now, Councillor Anderson mentioned infrastructure, and Councillor Stevenson did as well. And I want to just dwell on this for a minute, because it's mentioned twice in the white paper. We believe that people across the city deserve a decent transport system to get them to and from work and to connect all these different housing developments. But we now have a Labour council, a Labour mayor, and God help us, a Labour government, and there is still no improvement in the bus service, and there's no chance of any action on this until at least 2029. Plus, all the traffic chaos in the city centre. This is not good enough. People need all the help they can get, not being hit with sky-high taxes and poor bus services. And when it comes to a really big bit of infrastructure, mass transit, I have real doubts about this. A West Yorkshire system will be able to deliver very little for the people of Leeds. Leeds is the only part of West Yorkshire which is not a net drain on the Exchequer. Leeds is the biggest city, the most important economic entity in the region. I can feel the axe swinging now. And whilst we are talking about infrastructure, what about the new Beryl bike scheme, or what we should now call the Brabin bike scheme, which has now had to have proposed a further £1 million injected into it owing to antisocial behaviour. Now, this could have been anticipated. It really could. How many bowling greens would that have saved?
Thank you very much, Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Lord
Thank
Mayor.
you. Councillor Pryor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And before I get into the substantive element of my speech, it's important to note that the staff and governors at Queensway were only being notified later, so it would have been wholly inappropriate for councillors to stand up and make announcements before then, which is why that wasn't made. And actually, if I may, how Councillor Stevens can stand up when we know the record of schools of this Conservative government, when we saw 9% cut to per pupil funding, over £30 million cut from the high needs block to children with special needs, the cancellation of building schools for the future. So when you're talking about the infrastructure in schools that's struggling, when it's your party who's responsible for it, I think we frankly need to hear less from you.
Thank you.
Anyway, on to the white paper, which I'm delighted to be seconding. The white paper sets out that Leeds City Council has an impeccable and nationally recognised track record on housing delivery, be that council housing, extra care schemes and work with registered providers. And I do want to thank Councillor Anderson for recognising this as a white paper talking about the triumphs we've made and also how well we as a council have worked with partners, be that with the Mayor, Tracy Brabin, on delivering housing, but also on the flood alleviation scheme, which is the largest flood alleviation scheme in the country, which has been delivered by a local authority rather than the Environment Agency. It's also now delivered and operational when other flood defence schemes around the country are just going to planning now from the flooding at the same time. So I think we've done an incredible job, and I do want to thank everyone who's worked on that, including all partners. Now, this housing building has been set within an extremely challenging context of greater housing need. And we've had a lot going on in the country. We've been through a lot in the UK, from the cost of living crisis, to inflation, to COVID, to Liz Truss. We've all been through a lot. And this challenges in delivery is due to the increasing building and labour costs. And recently we welcomed a new government that's equally committed to housing delivery as this council is and shares our long-term aims and ambitions around housing. A government who acknowledge that high-quality, affordable housing is the key to boosting economic growth, transforming communities and, most importantly, people's lives. Councillor Hartbrook made a comment that everyone wants new housing, and I wish that was so. Our new government has inherited the worst housing crisis in living memory, with private sector rents at an all-time high, growing waiting lists and skyrocketing mortgages. And the reason why the housing crisis is so vital to tackle is because it's at the root of everything. We've been talking about the adult social care crisis today. People aren't having children as young as they used to because they can't buy a house. The housing crisis is leading to problems right across the board, and that's why I'm so proud of the incredible record that this council has, and we will only do even more in the coming years under this government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pryor. Councillor Bowden.
Lord Mayor, Leeds has built a well-earned reputation for delivering affordable homes in partnership with providers and developers, and our track record is proof that collaboration works. In the last 10 years, around 25% of new affordable homes were delivered through S106 agreements and 50% by registered providers. These achievements are testament to the strength of our partnerships, not just within Leeds, but across West Yorkshire through WICA and also Homes England. Our Affordable Housing Growth Partnership Action Plan, developed with over 40 partners, is already delivering results. I visited projects like Saxon Heights, a 42 million scheme developed by WDH, a former garage on a brownfield site. 100% of the 207 apartments will be affordable rents. And I know there's been discussions about what is affordable, but when you break it down, families will save thousands per year being in those apartments, in a massive bonus because it's a part of the city that is developing quickly and really sought after. Last month, I visited the Sugar Hill estate, and it was a real privilege to see 10 families now back as a community in a really beautiful and warm homes. Yes. It was wonderful to speak to the residents and hear how at one point the residents were feeling angry by being abandoned by the former owners, now feeling a sense of joy and hope for the future. Through collaborative work with Leeds Federated Housing and Homes England, these residents are now at the heart of that community once more, with further works developing as we speak. Let's be clear, the consequences of the decisions and inaction by the previous government have been felt by families and individuals across the country, contributing to the shocking rise in homelessness in the last 14 years. Now, last time I spoke in the Chamber in March last year, I discussed my own experiences with homelessness and the choices the former government took. We're only 6 months into a Labour government, and I'm delighted to say I can end this speech on an opposite tone with thanks to the bills currently going through Parliament. Ending no-fault evictions, ending rental bidding wars, ending the predatory behaviour of landlords asking for multiple months of rent up front is a choice. A government that has ambitions for housing that can match the ambition of this authority and recognise that council houses are homes and are public assets is a choice. Standing for a higher minimum wage, protections, workers' rights and the unions that fight for them is a choice. Lord Mayor, we remain resolute in our commitment to provide safe, warm and affordable homes for all. I know that continued partnership and a renewed national direction, we can unlock even greater achievements for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Thank you. I will now call on Councillor Lennox to sum up, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions to this white paper. I'll try not to speak so quickly. It's just that there's lots to say, unlike the Tory amendment, which I thought was lazy and I thought was used to just trot out some sound bites that you'd thought of beforehand and then accuse me of turning down £6 million for affordable housing last week. I was pretty sure I would have... Did I? I was pretty sure I would have remembered if I had turned down £6 million for affordable housing last week. What Councillor Anderson referring to, everybody, is a planning application with very complex viability assessment and layers of viability concerns, where the applicant was asked to, I believe, I've just literally heard about it because it's on a plans panel I'm not on. It's not for affordable housing, it's for a private development. The outcome being that it has been passed with a contribution of £700,000, which will increase over time as viability is reassessed by that developer. As far as I understand from the very quick checks I have just done, happy to meet with you about it. It's not actually my role, but happy to talk about it if you'd like to. West Yorkshire Mayor is supporting with her brownfield funding a lot of what we're discussing about the visits that Councillor Bowden made to the area around Saxton Gardens, which you'll see has lots of new affordable housing being built, including a 100% affordable housing scheme delivered with our partners, 54 North. I'm trying to make sure I've covered everything. Councillors Ali and Councillor Dixon, Councillor Chesterfield brought up the numbers of people on our housing waiting list, waiting for social housing. That is why we are doing everything we can to maximise the numbers of houses delivered in this city, for social rent where we possibly can, and then when we can't do it for social rent by ourselves, working within the frameworks that we've got with Homes England funding, which are actually now all coming to an end. We're waiting to see what those new funding frameworks from New England will be. We will do what we have done and maximise our partnerships that have been very hard won with our regen team, with housing associations, and also, as I've said, our own building. We will maximise with those new Homes England funding frameworks and with the new planning and building laws that we have coming in via this government. Councillor Campbell mentioned targets. We actually, in our NPPF response, requested that the government impose affordable housing targets onto local authorities in order to enable and to go alongside a new funding framework. If local authorities don't have affordable housing targets, they have ones that they may set in their strategic housing market assessments that show how much we think we should be building, but there is no target from national government on that. Should they start to build in targets for affordable house building for local authorities, that should come with further funding and further ability to unlock sites to deliver that affordable housing, trying to make sure everything's being covered. A few people mentioned right to buy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lennox.
Oh gosh, that's gone really quickly.
Yeah, it's red light now. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you very much, members, for all your contributions on this white paper. We're going to go into voting now. So I'm going to call for the vote on the amendment in the name of Councillor Anderson. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. I will now call for the vote on the second amendment in the name of Councillor Campbell. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. I will call on the vote on the third amendment in the name of Councillor Goodall. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. Yes, you can. A seconder, please. Who's seconding? You are, Councillor Cooper. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would all members please ensure they're in their allocated seats? Members have requested a recorded vote in respect to the amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon. Members should refer to their desk. Is it?
No.
Dixon.
It's Dixon. He's right. You don't want to record. You don't want it recorded. That's the last one. Okay. Please don't give our new Chief Exec a hard time on his first. You're just testing. We do apologize. Right. Okay. Yes, I'll do the Dixon vote. Okay. I am.
It has been moved and seconded.
Okay, so should we go ahead with the Dixon vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, listen, because it's been moved and seconded, we have to do it. Yeah.
So we've started, so we'll finish. Members should refer to the desk unit and press the green button marked yes plus to vote in favour, the red button marked no minus to vote against, and press the yellow button marked abstain 0 to abstain. This is for the recorded vote in respect to the amendment in the name of Councillor Dixon.
Thank you very much. Right, 90 have voted. Yes, 13. Abstain, we've got 0. And no, we've got 77. So that is lost as well. Sorry about that. Next is the... Are you sure now? Okay. No, you can't. Who's seconding? Councillor Cooper? Councillor Pryor. Okay. Councillor Pryor is seconding this one as well. Okay.
Would all members please ensure they're in their allocated seats? Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the motion in the name of Councillor Lennox. Members should refer to their desk unit and press the green button marked yes plus to vote in favour, red button marked no minus to vote against, and yellow button marked abstain 0 to abstain.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I know you all are excited because we've come to the end now. So, total 91. Yes, 56. Abstain, we've got 8. And no, we've got 27. So that is carried. Thank you very much, members, for all your contribution and your support today. Thank you. It was the motion. Don't confuse me. Listen, I'm the Lord Mayor. Let me do my job. Okay. We've come to the end of the meeting today. Thank you all very, very much. And thank you to those in the public gallery for joining us and to officers for all your support this evening. You all have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.